Morning again.
Morning.
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 Okay. Amy, am I co-hosting this one so that I've got the tools? Rebecca?
I'll just double check for
I hear
you.
you, sorry.
I'll just double check.
Okay, thank you. So Jeff, I'll be heading over to you about 10:30ish. Flying down the road, digging a patch, flying back.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, do you want the minimum wage? Do you want to take part in that? I imagine you would.
Yeah, well, those are two big items. We probably could do those after a bit later in the morning or after lunch, eh?
Yeah, might get fees and charges done, and then we'll see how it goes. Fees and charges could take a while. Have we had a workshop on that? I mean,
a while ago, but not since post-COVID to see those changes.
That could take a while.
Potentially it could, depending on the different areas. I know we're on YouTube now, but
yeah.
We're not saying anything that.
No, just being honest.
Thanks, Becca. Thank you. Feels really weird. I'm back in the office.
Yeah, what's that like?
Well, there's no one else here. So it's unusual.
Eerie.
Yeah, a little bit. You just kind of have to, now that I'm sat in my office of IT's made sure I'm all good to go, I'm okay with that. It's unusual coming into a very large building and finding it so empty, isn't it?
I can imagine.
But our lovely, friendly staff, the front-facing staff on the bottom floor, are all there, smiling and being friendly like they always are. So that's nice.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Morning, everyone.
Morning, all.
Morning.
How are you? Same shirts, Ryan.
Morning.
Minna.
This is more of a lavender.
Is
Yours
Minna
is-
there? Yeah.
Yours is salmon.
Right.
All right.
Tell me if I rock around too much.
Okay.
We are.
You're rocking around too much. Diligence slowly signing in.
Okay. Right.
Yes.
We're just about good to go. I think we'll start pretty much on time. Let me just get my run sheet up first. Navigating the multiple screens of the world. Run sheet. Okay, thank you. Everyone will make a start, and I've invited Muna to conduct a karakia to open the council meeting. Is Muna there? No.
He's joined the meeting. We'll just see if we can text him just to remind him that he needs to be here.
Mm.
He is on the call.
Is he unmuting?
Yeah. Mona, are you there now?
I'm here. Sorry about that.
So Morena,
Morena, everybody.
I wonder if you could please open the meeting with a karakia today.
Tuatahi e mihi ana ki a koutou, ki a koe e te manu kāhui, koutou ngā mema pōti o kirikiri roa. A tēnei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou, i roto i tēnei āhuatanga, kua tau nei ki rungi a tātou, nā ko te COVID-19 tērā, te mate uruta, hoi anō koutou tērā e kōkiri whakamuana, hei oranga mo te taone nui nei, a kirikiri roa, me ngā tangata o roto. O reira mihi kawana ki a koutou e toha atu nei te aroha ki ngā tangata katoa, ki tō tātou taiao, ki tō tātou awa, no reira mihi kawana. Hoi anō, kai a hau te karakia hei tuku whakaro ki tō tātou rungarawa, hei whakapai tā koutou i. O reira, kei noi tātou. Let us pray. E pai, tamatua tēnei rā mātou, e whakapiri atu nei ki a koe i tēnei rangi. He rangi a tāhua tēnei kua humai. Nō reire e pai tamatua, he nui ngā kaupapa mo tēnei kaunihira, te kaunihira o Kirikiriroa, hei whiriwhiri hia, hei kōrero hia, hei whakatau hoki. Nō reire e pai tamatua, humai ki a mātou, te kaha ki tō mātou manu kāhui ki a Pōra, me ngā mema pōti katoa o te kaunihira o Kirikiriroa, ki te mahi a rātou mahi i runga i te tika, te pono me te aroha. Nō reire e pai tamatua, nei rā mātou e tuku i tēnei inoi, ki a koe i tēnei ata, i tēnei rangi, ki a whakatata mai koe, ki a rangi māria mai koe, ki ngā mema o te hui nei. Nō reira, nā kaupapa katoa maua noa hei whakatika, hei whakapai atu. Tēnei hoki tā mātou nei inoi ki a koe, e te atua kaharaua, i roto i te ingoa tautama i Ukaraiti. Āmene.
Thank you very much.
Ka pai.
Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome again to the Zoom room to Council meeting. The agenda has been circulated. The apologies are for Councillor O'Leary is going to be late. And as you know, I have an event in this morning, which I'll be popping out to, and then I'll be returning. So partial attendance for me. Are there any further apologies? No, there being none. Can someone please move that the apologies be accepted? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Wilson, all in favour? Opposed? Carried. The agenda is as it is. Just noting that because there's some substantive items later that would be good if we're all part of them. Jeff, when he takes over for me, has a bit of flexibility with your leave to move an item or two. Okay, so with that, somebody moves at the confirmation of agenda. I'll move. Councillor Wilson seconds. All in favour? Thank you. Any declarations of interest on this? No, none declared. Public forum is not required today, I believe. So we'll move on to item 5, which is the confirmation of the council minutes, 30th of April, which seems like forever ago, doesn't it? But there you go. So any questions or comments on the minutes, the open minutes of 30th April? Being none, can I have a mover, please? Councillor Bunting, Councillor Taylor, all in favour? Opposed? Carried. We'll move on to the confirmation of the elected member open briefing notes of the 6th of May. Are there any questions on those? No, being none, if I could have a mover. Councillor Bunting, Councillor Wilson, all in favour? Opposed? Carried. So for the easy ones, I am just looking out really for the opposed hands because that kind of gives me what I need. Everything else is fine. Confirmation of the elected briefing notes from the 13th of May. Any questions on those? There being none, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Bunting. All in favour? Opposed? None. Carried.
All right, Ewan, we're owning this meeting, mate. Owning it.
Shush! None of that this early in the day. Let's not go there. And now I'll move you on to item 8, which is the Chair's report, which I'm just going to take as read. I don't think I need to speak to it, but if you have any questions for me, please sing out. No questions, see? That's pretty good. And you will be getting, just on one comment, you will be getting briefings on the Waikato plan, which a number of irons are in the fire at the moment with appointments of the chair, the deputy chair and community reps, but not quite through that process yet. And when I am, I will bring it back to council then. So in terms of that then, mover, no questions?
Yep.
Mover, you and Wilson, seconded Jeff. Oh, you got a question. Sorry, go.
I was just going to speak to it, actually.
Cool.
Just very, very quickly, in relation to your first item on COVID-19, just to really endorse your words, and congratulate you really on the way you've stepped in this during this crisis period. As a council, we've ensured the communications continued. It's been stepped up actually between us really, as a council, staff and elected members, geez, we've moved fast. The 12-point plan, and then our response to the stimulus package, and so that's a fantastic effort, and I congratulate staff and elected members. And also with these Zoom, our frequent meetings with Zoom and catch-ups. Initially, I found that a little bit difficult, but actually I've come to really enjoy it, and just think as a team we've developed a bit as a result. So just really wanted to endorse your efforts, Paula.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. Unusual times for us all. Councillor Bunting.
Just very briefly on the last point, I'd just like to take this opportunity to publicly wish Councillor Thompson all the very best for the upcoming family, and fully understand if you can't make Zoom meetings. Enjoy the experience, and I wish you and Lloyd all the very best.
Oh, thank you, Mark. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's not far away now, is it, Sarah? But even still, that with working with Zoom, we very much expect when all the levels lift that we're going to have all a cuddle with new baby. That's only about 20 of us want to do that.
Lots of aunties and uncles.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, everyone. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Wilson, all in favour of the report, please say aye. Okay, thank you. Any against? No. That brings us on to the next item, which is the fees and charges, which is quite a lot of detail in the attachment. So we'll try and manage to get through that as best we can. But who's the, Tracy, are you speaking to this?
Yes, I am. Yes, good morning,
you.
everyone. So I will just take this paper as read. So the reason why we bring this paper earlier than the normal annual plan papers that we're doing with you obviously right now is we have a couple of fees that we need to put out earlier in the year, and obviously with the delay of the annual plan that wasn't going to work well. So what you'll see that we've obviously split the report out into three parts. We've got the whole full fees and charges schedule that we've got, and then attachment 2 is the new fees and attachment 3 is the discontinued fees. A lot of the changes that we've made are just sort of changing names and just tweaking a few things and trying to make it a lot simpler. So I will just take the paper as read, and if you've got any questions, the GMs will be able to answer anything specific related to the fees or charges in their particular areas.
Okay, thank you. We do have a few questions. We have Rob Pascoe first. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just one question, Tracy. The building increases on page 28. Are those new costs related to the recent government changes announced in RMA requirements?
Councillor Rob, I'll take that. It's Jen here. Not for the RMA, but for Building Act changes. So there's new legislation coming into effect in August. Okay,
so have we worked through what additional time and cost is likely to come to council, given that there'll be a certain amount of building work that can be done without as much regulation as there has been in the past?
Sure, yes, so these are two separate things. So the fees that you're seeing here are reflective of an increase in the requirement of some of those building in some of those building areas. So that's the extra time that's reflected in these fees and charges. In terms of the information that came out over the weekend in regard to the government's new change. So we have done an initial piece of work on that, and it looks like a relatively small reduction in revenue of around $12,000.
Okay, but I'm looking here at, will there be any additional work involved on the part of, say, building inspectors who may need to go and check on these carports? And I believe carports are one, and the other major one are decks that are attached to houses. Is there additional work that will be needed in terms of getting certificates of compliance and so forth?
Not as far as I'm aware, but I'm really happy to come back and give you, get the building team to give you a full brief once they've dug right into the detail of what those implications are.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, yeah, you could probably go through this thing and pick all sorts of things out, but there just was one that stuck out to me, and it will probably seem minor and to some people, but in terms of the new fees, I'm looking under zoo encounter stuff. I'm just trying to find the page for you, page 42, and now I've lost the thing. Hang on. And I saw, sorry, I'm just trying to find it again. Yeah, if I'm reading this right, at the moment for pram hire, wheelchair hire and electric wheelchair hire at the zoo, we don't charge, but we're going to start charging $10 each for those. Is that right? Have I got that right?
Looks about right, because there's...
I'm just thinking of Councillor Thompson and
like
other people who will be pushing prams around, and it just seemed to me a $10 charge for that. I'm just wondering what's behind that.
Hi, sorry, Jeff, I can speak to that. Yeah, those are some new fees introduced. In the past, we haven't had good resources to be hired by the community, and so we're looking to provide some quality resources, prams, wheelchairs, and the electric wheelchair, but with a hireage fee associated with that.
Okay, so we haven't been hiring them out to date.
No.
I see. So it's sort of cost recovery for having to purchase these, is it? Partly?
Partly, yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Angela? Councillor O'Leary, sorry.
Thank you. Apologies if this has been asked. Just a query on page 28 and 29 around those ancillary building fees, given the government's change of direction. Why we would be having, I guess my question is, given that, why are we increasing down the bottom of page 28 fees on garages, small building works, etc., when the government's scrapping them?
Oh, Councillor Angela, there's a couple of pieces here. So they're scrapping them for things that are under 30 square metres. So we've just done an initial piece of work in terms of what the difference is. So there's about, so in terms of the things that the government are scrapping, in terms of those whole areas, there were 70 consents last year. 25 of them fall into the new government exclusion. The other 44 don't. So there is still the need to have those fees for the pieces that do not fall into that exclusion.
Okay. So, and I guess all of that information is clear. I hope that when people are looking, if they want to build a veranda or a small room outside, they'll be able to work their way through what's got a fee and what hasn't.
Yeah, look, that was news this weekend for us. So one of the things that we definitely want to do is make sure that when we've got these fees here, that it's explicit, that there are elements that do not require a consent. You're absolutely right.
Okay, wonderful. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. I've got Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. I'm just curious about I'm just going to bring it up. Page 39, the additional fees for weddings in the gardens. So if I read that correctly, we currently charge a fee of $255, and then there's a new proposed fee for $500 up to a time limit in a closed garden, if I'm reading this correctly. And if you go beyond 75 minutes, it's another fee. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a different fee So where we close a garden, people are getting exclusive use. So actually we'll charge them extra for that, which is in line with the market. The other wedding is places where we don't have to close the garden because there's actually staff time and we have to put cones out and actually close the whole area off. So there's actually some cost involved.
But aren't we paying staff to turn up to work anyway?
Or you could say that, but also sometimes we have to have extra staff when we have weddings on, so we have to roster people differently. So obviously we want to run it an optimum amount of staff. So there is a cost to it. So we want to make sure that we recover that cost.
Okay, so what's the difference between the first one in orange, which is the current fee or existing fee, 255, is that anywhere in the gardens?
Certain places we don't allow weddings anywhere because sometimes you end up with logistical movement issues and that sort of thing, but there's a whole range of places pretty much, you know, where it's reasonable to have them. Closed gardens are like if we actually close off the English flower garden, so actually we're restricting visitors to that area and people are getting exclusive use for it, so there's cones put up and all that sort of thing, and we have a staff member making sure there's no gate crashes and things like that.
Okay, and secondly, just following up from on the query that Jeff had about hiring wheelchairs and prams, etc. So currently we're not charging, that's my understanding, yes?
We charge at the gardens, but at the zoo, to be honest, the equipment we've had hasn't been that very good. And as Rebecca said, that it's about actually getting the right equipment and actually charging for those, similar to what we're charging for at the gardens.
Right. Okay. It just seems to me, I mean, my dad is in a wheelchair and we go several places where we don't actually get charged to use a wheelchair. I just find it, yeah, interesting that we're charging. Okay,
so we'll get to that in the debate.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a number of people with hands up. I've got Mark, then Martin, then Dave.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. See what you started, Jeff. Right, mine is on page 31. I've got two questions on that same page. I'm just getting back to it myself, sorry. One of them was around, we have a fee for skateboard, we're getting your skateboard back, $22. Now I think later in the meeting are about to say that skateboarding is once again, you know, relevant or it's okay in the city. I'm just wondering if that's still relevant, having that there. Like we wouldn't be taking people's skateboard off them, would we? Now that they're allowed to skateboard in there.
If the bylaw changes, then we'll remove it from the fees and charges.
So that'll just get dropped out.
It'll become defunct, yeah.
Great, thanks, Lance. And the other one, sorry, scrolling through as fast as I can. There we go. Was around, oh yes, dumping of rubbish. I noticed we've got a sort of a volume-based sum there, and it's pretty nominal. It's like $100, etc. Is there any appetite for going harder at that, like sort of ramping it up to $1,000 if you're caught dumping major pieces of rubbish? Because it really is a massive issue, and I'm just wondering, especially with you know, the Environment Committee's eye over this. I just wonder if we shouldn't just go a little bit harder on our fines for dumping rubbish, because is there an appetite to change that?
So the rubbish and litter infringement fees are legislative charges, so they are set by legislation, and
really?
Our council set that we were able to complete infringement notices by resolution back in September 2014. So there was a schedule. So yeah, so unfortunately legislation determines the dollar value.
Oh, so we can't change that anyway.
No, we couldn't by council resolution, no.
So the only way to do that is to go lobby the government to change that, is that right?
I believe so, yes. And have
a
law change.
Have fun with that one. Brilliant, but yeah. Thank you. Okay, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, the question coming back to the gardens and the zoo around the mobility, access and wheelchair. What advice have we received from Judy Small of our staff advisor and from the Disability Persons Assembly on this matter?
I can't answer that. I'd have to find out about that, Councillor Gallagher. Look, I get a lot of complaints come across my desks, but I haven't seen any complaints about people saying they didn't want to pay for using those apparatus. Just bearing in mind that quite a bit of the equipment is quite expensive, and mobility scooters and things like that. So as Rebecca said, it's about actually recovering the purchase costs of those. If council's got a mind not to charge for those, then obviously that'll be a hit on our bottom line.
I mean, possibly with investment on mobility scooters, I might get that. I've had occasion to push, help people in a wheelchair, and I can't recall around the country ever being charged, right from Tupua to Ferries to Pancake Rocks, all of that stuff. Where's the co-design component? Because what I want to ask this council, you can make pretty speeches at DPA meetings. We can talk co-design, we can talk to Peggy Koopman-Borden, but I'm somewhat concerned that we don't. I just want to confirm whether or not we've actually talked with those key groups. I understand the bottom line stuff, but it's around dialogue and the human rights of accessibility to our facilities. And I'm wondering, Lance, have any discussions happened?
Look, I'm not aware. To be honest, I'd have to talk to my operational managers about that. Look, Judy sits on our floor, so she deals with our managers on a day-to-day, hour-by-hour basis. I'll be surprised if she does a lot of audits around all our facilities, so I'll be surprised if those conversations haven't happened. But I'll undertake to go away and find out that information and come back to you. It's a good point, though. I appreciate that.
Sure. If the move of the motion would like to suspend those charges for now, and that can easily come up at a later council meeting once we've done a bit more thought process through. I don't want to jump to conclusions about mobility scooters, whatever, but I just seems to me that with not having that information, Madam Chair, Your Worship, that it might be prudent to just freeze that part of the motion.
At the moment, there is no mover or seconder. Haven't got that far, but certainly we can wrap that up in that time. You can of course move with the exception of that as well.
If I have a support, I probably will, but I just want to sit again on that.
Okay, so it looks like you will have a support.
I'll second.
Yeah, there we are.
Okay, so let's put that on the table, and then if we go ahead with the one without that out, it's an amendment. So it's moved. But actually, I wouldn't mind holding just to see what else others comes up. But let's not lose sight.
Madam Chair, I think all I'm proposing is perhaps a notice of an appropriate amendment. Obviously, the mover, should be the relevant chair or yourself. I get that, but Sarah and I will give notice of a possible amendment.
That's perfect. Thank you. So I've had Councillor Thompson, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I support that motion or amendment or whatever comes up from Councillors Gallagher and Forsyth. But look, my question actually follows to Jen, I think, and follows Angela's questions about the change in situation for small, less than 30 square metre ancillary buildings, if that's the right term. I'm looking at the schedule here, and I don't think that explains it. And if we were to pass that, I'm concerned, Jen, that it doesn't explain things, and I would rather see an amended wording that reflects. Is it possible within this discussion to do an amended wording or pull this out until that's clarified and the proper set of fees and is scheduled for that is put up? If we put this up, we're setting fees for things we won't be charging for, it seems to me.
Jen, you've got a response?
Yes, that's possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Dave?
No, I'm expecting that one will come back if we have time.
Yeah, we'll wrap that all up when we come to the recommendations, if that's fine.
Cool. Thanks.
I've got Councillors O'Leary, and then I think I've still got hands up for Councillor Thompson and Councillor Forsyth.
Thank you. Just again, apologies if this has been asked. I'm just got some service stuff going on in the kitchen at the moment. Page 31, the Seas skateboard release fee. Do we need that? We've removed skateboards. Has that been asked?
Yep.
Yes.
It has been asked.
And the
And
answer
we're removing it?
yes.
Okay. And just following on from Councillor Gallagher's questions around wheelchairs, Lance, and I'm just going off what when my mum used to volunteer down there, I understand the wheelchairs were free, but they used to get stolen, and then when we put a charge on, that stopped. Was that the case? Was that right?
Yes, and there's another reason. The Friends used to help out with the purchase of those with their grant that they used to give to us from their activities and that sort of thing. Obviously, they'd put their efforts into helping to fundraise for the development of the garden. So we're tending to do a lot of the replacements now.
Yeah.
So you're right. So there's a couple of different reasons why we charge for that. I've just had some information come through from my team too on that we have Be Accessible do audits of all our facilities.
Yeah.
And they actually talk to the community and they talk to the disability community. And apparently that charging for these apparatus hasn't come up as an issue in those audits.
Yeah, okay, but if that was to go ahead, if that's what elected members wanted to decide to get rid of that fee, to stop them being stolen, could a bond be put down that's just simply handed back when it's returned? That seems to be the best way.
I think there is a bond as well, so but I'll just check that. But, but
sorry, that's way into the kitchen.
Yeah, we could look at ways of making sure that we don't have that happening.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Porter. I was just on the same topic. I was wondering if we are asking for something to come back and not approving this aspect of the fees report at the moment. Would it be, I guess, practical if we kind of look at the wider issue, including the gardens and any other facilities which are, I suppose, major, which we might need to consider?
We can, insofar as individual fees, we can, in a context, we could have a conversation. If they're deferred, you can have a joined up conversation. There are some fees here that we wouldn't want to hold up the whole lot of fees because that would have some consequences, wouldn't it, Tracy?
Just the wheelchair. Sorry.
I think we are coming back to that.
I was just wondering if we ask, instead of just getting information back on the zoo, that we ask for information back on all of our relevant facilities, the wider topic, so that
that sounds
we
that
consider
sounds
it once and well.
Okay, cool. That makes sense. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. My question to staff is, we currently don't prevent people bringing their own wheelchair and mobility and prams to any of our facilities, do we?
No, we don't. In fact, we encourage it.
Thank you.
That's it. Don't see any other hands up. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So let's go to the recommendation, which is on page, remind me, just so I can get to the right page.
Mayor Paula, can I just, for some contextual information,
sure.
If you don't want to charge at the gardens, it's a loss of $7,000 revenue a year and approximately the same at the zoo.
So it's $14,000 revenue.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
This is charging for wheelchair use, yes?
Yeah.
And mobility scooters and prams.
I'm asking Becca for advice as an amendment that the status quo applies until we have a chance to review this, probably via the community committee, And, you know, as this, I'm told we want to encourage advisory groups. I would love some interaction directly, probably via the community committee with Judy Small and DPA, so that we get a thorough understanding of what is reasonable and not reasonable. I have an open mind on this one, but I think that would be the way to go. So what I'm proposing here is the status quo applies until we have a chance to seek further information in this area.
I'm happy to drive that through committee, Martin.
Yes, so I would, Becca, please, I would just give notice of an amendment. Please help me with the wording.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're just working on the wording at the moment. So at the moment, it's that the council will approve the proposed fees and charges with the exceptions of those things that we've just talked about. So we're just getting the wording together, and that those exceptions would come back via the community committee to be discussed.
So it's not changing anything that applies at the moment. It just means that we don't make a new, in that area, we don't move to the new regime.
Okay. Yeah, we'll work on the wording now.
Thank you. I've got a question, I think, from Councillor Wilson.
No, Your Worship, sorry, I've got to bring my hands down. I'll do it right now.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson, that's a question?
No, I'd say I wanted to ask you what the process now is for checking that the wording of the building, minor building fees are correct.
Okay, so we'll go through the process. I'm actually going to have to hand, good time to hand to you, Jeff, sorry, but if you can take over the process and the deliberations and the vote on this matter, and I'll be back.
Very happy to. So we're just putting together some wording which is going to encapsulate Councillor Gallagher's words as well as Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just note that that wouldn't go to the community committee though, if it can't be done today. Jen was trying to give an answer on that before, but it seems that would go to maybe the Economic Development Committee. I'm not sure.
Councillor Chair Jeff, if I may. So there is no actual date for when those exemptions come in yet. So what I would propose is that on, let me get the page right, page 28, under that building control piece, that we make a note in there that these fees apply to those consents, not to those buildings, structures not exempt under Schedule 1 of the Building Act.
That would be fine, I think, Jeff, if we added that rider in the schedule.
Great.
I'll get that to Becca.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Jen. How are we going with that, Becca? I know it wasn't easy. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. Annie's just putting it together at the moment for me. So we're just giving her some time to type that out.
Just take a moment to talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, I'm unclear about the process. Are we going to go through just as a blanket and accept all of the proposals, or are we going to chunk it up? How do you propose to do that?
Except for the one that's going to be taken out, all the rest will be in the package. So we're taking out the one involving the mobility. I understand mobility, wheelchairs, prams, I think, to have another look at that and come back with more information through Mark's Community Services Committee. That's my understanding. And the rest are, we are going to discuss, well, we're going to, and then we will have a debate and vote on it. Let's have a look what's coming here.
Indicated earlier, I'm happy to second
Sure.
The amendment.
We'll just get a good look at it and then we'll proceed.
Jeff, the building control thing, what's in the motion is actually what would be the wording on the schedule. It needs to be slightly different from motion. It doesn't
need to be in the motion?
Perhaps not. If we just said, or maybe we said, noting the change to the schedule, building control fees schedule.
Yep, that makes more sense to me.
That skateboard fee removed, Lance's answer was that will automatically come out anyway.
Yeah, that's we don't need the skateboard fee. That's implicit. It's going to happen anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, so we don't necessarily need that in the wording.
So it's just the prams, mobility scooters, and wheelchairs. Is that correct, Martin? That's what you wanted captured?
Yeah. Sorry, hold on. Where am I? Yes, that's. I really would, if you could bring the motion up, because I'm just seeing three.
Yep, me
things.
too.
One from Ian Lauterton, untitled message, and
I think we're just having some technical difficulties at the moment, team. Sorry.
That's not just me.
I wonder whether Amy's actually. Here we go.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you.
It could have been embarrassing.
Okay. Look, I was just happy to move the amendment, but I'm happy just now to move the whole thing if there's a general consensus, and I'm happy to speak to that.
Was it just that I understood it was wider than just wheelchairs?
Yeah, yes, it's actually all. It would be any new fees related to disability, whether it's prams, scooters, wheelchairs. It's 3 items in there at this point.
Prams, mobility scooters, wheelchairs.
Yeah. Well, it's the new fees. It's the new fees. So I'm not at this point proposing that we unpick what we already charge.
Yep, I know.
It's just a timeout via the community committee with Judy Small, particularly as a key advisor, well respected, and also DPA be accessible. So this is we're not moving on any new fees. That was the intent.
Yep.
Lance, as long as that's clear. So it's not intended to change what exists at the moment, but we don't move on the new ones.
Okay. Okay. Yes. I also understood that it was wider than Hamilton Zoo.
Well, the intent of the discussion is to, I'm not, just help me, Lance. I don't think you're.
Could we make? Sorry, Martin. Could we make this maybe removal of new fees at council facilities?
Yeah.
In relation to pram, wheelchair,
and the key word there is new fees. All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine.
In relation to pram, wheelchairs, and hire at council.
So my interpretation, Lance may be able to help me here. My interpretation by that is that we have status quo across the organisation. At what is happening happens, but we're not moving into a new fee regime until we've had this discussion.
Okay.
Yep, that's clear.
Is that okay?
Martin, so B, maybe request staff concerning to report back to community committee concerning removal of all wheelchair, pram, and mobility device fees, or something like just something a bit wider.
Yeah, I think Amy just go with B, and then just add on to that.
Please captures it, I think.
Pretty much the gardens, the museum, and the zoo, and that's it.
Chair, can I suggest that in B you take out removal, because it's already suggesting that's what we're going to do anyway.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
We would be reporting back on fee rather than reporting back to remove them. They're not even there to start with.
Thanks, Rob. That's good. A good suggestion.
So I'm happy to speak in favour of the motion. Once you give me
just give these guys a moment to finalise it. I mean, we could proceed with the debate if everybody's got the spirit of this while they hammer it together, if you like. Well, what would elected members prefer?
So Amy, take out one.
Okay, so
or I, sorry, take out I. Yep, and then for B, after concerning all new pram, wheelchair, and electric chair fees.
Yep. Yeah, so just fees at the end of that.
I think maybe remove new so that we can then discuss the ones at the gardens, because those are existing, right? So that would allow us to have the wider conversation on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're happy with that, Martin?
Yes, I'm happy, and I'll in my brief remarks for the motion, I'll make a comment.
Just about there, getting motion fatigue here, but we're nearly there.
It's really challenging typing in front of
I
so
bet it
many
is.
people. Amy's doing a great job.
Yep. Use silence.
Pretty much while everyone texts each other.
Yeah,
text at the same time.
Get your phones out. All right, folks, what do you think? I'd like to. Are you ready to move that, Martin?
Yes, I'll move and speak to it.
And seconded by Councillor Thompson.
Correct. Correct.
All right, and unless there's any questions on it, we'll move into debate. Dave, is that a question or are you?
No, sorry, it's not even so. It's not showing up in mine, but not supposed to be theirs. If it is,
okay. All right, Martin, take it away. Thank you.
Yeah. Look, there's been a bit of discussion how well we interact with various sections of our community, and I acknowledge that we always want to fine tune that. I want to acknowledge for example, when we deal with age issues, age concern issues, in terms of the committee that has been established with Dame Peggy Koopman-Borden as a key heavy hitter committee. Obviously, we have relationships, I would assume, with the DPA, the Be Accessible, and we have a well-respected advisor within our staff ranks, Judy Small, who has a national reputation as well as a local one. One of the achievements of the previous council and mayor and Dave McPherson, I want to acknowledge you particularly, is that we moved to make public transport more accessible for people with disabilities. That was one of the great achievements of a very progressive council. And I just want us to have, if you like, the next stage of the discussion, a considered discussion is what we need to do to improve access and accessibility to all of our facilities where people have, for various reasons, mobility constraints and mobility issues. And I want us to be extremely careful that we don't send signals that if you have a disability at a particular time for various reasons, it's going to cost you more to access facilities that your own rates actually pay for anyway. So it's about equity and access. And I think it will be a really useful discussion via the community committee around this. So that's the reason for moving this motion at the moment. And as I want to stress, it's not actually changing anything we do at present, but it gives us an opportunity for a very deep dive conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Dave, your hand up?
Yep, it is.
You there, Dave? You're on mute, Dave? Yep.
Yeah, sorry, I did unmute myself probably at the same time as you did, which reversed it. Sorry. Okay, two things. One, just generally on the fees and charges schedule, just want to thank staff for the way they put this together nowadays compared with some of the old days when you had to do your own calculations as to what the increase or decrease was, and took you hours as a council to get through a thing like this. I think it's very straightforward, easy to follow now. Second thing is on Martin's points. Today we're looking at a sort of a one-off situation relating to disability. 2 days ago, we also looked at a one-off thing relating to disability in the infrastructure committee. I think I support everything that's been done with both of those, but I think it's time through Councillor Bunty's community committee, I suggest to have a look at our overall disability services and facilities policies, so that we don't have a series of one-off debates over the next few years. It'd be better for us to have a policy that said something like, when we're generating a business case for a service or a facility, we automatically calculate the costs of providing disability support that's necessary for someone to participate in that service or facility, rather than sort of thinking about it almost after the event. So that's just what I'm suggesting is a better way forward to handle the disability issue. We're much more aware now than we used to be, so we need to be doing it not as just as a one-offs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I'd just like to support Councillor Gallagher in bringing this to the table and giving us the opportunity to really explore the issues around, you know, providing prams and wheelchairs and things at our facilities further. I think also in terms of looking at that wider disability action plan that is supposed to be coming to the community committee sometime in the next few months, in terms of it being reported back to us, and we'll have the opportunity to actually then refresh that action plan and put in new actions which reflect, I guess, this council's growing desire to better serve our disability community. But I just want to note that I guess it's really these policies that we have and the action plans that we have are only as good as we make them, in terms of us advocating for their implementation at each step and giving them, you know, being that voice for them. So what I've seen with our disability action plan is that some of it has kind of, I guess, not been implemented or hasn't been reported on as well as it could have, in terms of giving that visibility around progress. So I look forward to working with you, Mark, on that. But yeah, it really is what we make it, and we need constant vigilance as elected members on that. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Sarah. Councillor Margaret.
Right, thank you. Yeah, look, I made the comments earlier about having had experiences down at the gardens mostly, with trying to take my parents and father around, starting out walking, because not everyone starts out in a wheelchair, and because it's such a long way around, you know, getting tired and then trying to find somewhere to either sit and keep moving with the garden. So having access to a wheelchair, I think, is really important, and I don't feel that the need for us to be charging. I think that's just an extra cost that people actually don't need to bear. Understand the need for a bond, which makes much more sense. So I'm supportive of the amendment in this regard, that we take some time out and get some more information. I think we should be looking wider than the disability sector, though. I mean, if you've had surgery or you have an injury, you're not going to belong to any particular disability group. But and I understand obviously that there will be a representation from Judy Small, etc., and her people, but I think we look wider. We do speak to aged persons as well, and we get as much information as we can about whether we make these decisions to keep charging more or not. I'm not so keen on charging further for wedding, using the gardens as a wedding venue. I think we're already paying our staff to work down at the gardens. So then adding an extra charge to put out a few cones, I don't think that's necessarily worthy of an extra charge. I do if we were charging people to enter the gardens and therefore we're having to block off and then not allowing people to use closed off areas, then I could see a point and a justification for charging. But the fact that the gardens are free in the first place, and then we're looking to charge people to use them, albeit for a specific purpose and use and time frame, I'm not so supportive. I think we already pay for the use of the gardens, and if it's a special occasion like a wedding, I think it's something that people should just be able to access and enjoy without incurring an extra cost. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Margaret. Are there any other speakers? I don't see any others. Councillor Bunting.
Sorry, I was just grasping for my blue hand and my mute button at the same time, and multitasking. Yeah, look, I largely agree. Looking forward to getting into the disability work through the committee. That's good, and we'll come up with a pretty exciting and I'm very sure positive plan, which is great. Just with regards with the coning off of gardens, I would just make that small point. If you are coning off one of our wonderful specialty gardens at the expense of other people using it, I think there is some value there. So I'm not necessarily opposed to that sort of charge. I'm with you, Margaret, that we need to be charging to put cones out, but I just think there is some value if you're going to take away the use of a specialty gardens from other residents or other people who would normally use it, then I think there should be some fee. And it's a fine line, isn't it? We want these gardens to pay for themselves and to support them in every way we possibly can, but we also don't want to be grinchy about it as well. So yeah, I'm happy to support this.
Thank you, Councillor Mark. And I'll just very quickly, I'm very keen to support the motion. Thank you, Councillor Martin, Councillor Sarah. When I was looking at this last night, it was just one thing that just didn't quite seem right. It didn't seem right, and it's no reflection on what staff are trying to do, because it's about cost recovery. And I understand the need for that. And staff have done a terrific job with the fees and charges this year, so thank you for that. All right, I will. Governance, can we just have the motion up one more time, just so everybody can have one last look at it? Just make sure they know what they're voting for. And governance staff, thank you for putting this together under the watchful gaze of 13 people.
Thanks to Amy.
Happy, everyone? All right, I will put the motion. So if we can go back to the screen, thank you. Those in favour? Right, it's Councillor Taylor, Naidu-Rofe, Van Oosten, Thompson, Gallagher, Bunting, McPherson, Wilson, Hamilton, Pascoe. No sign. I think Councillor O'Leary stepped out. Those against? Margaret, Councillor Forsyth is against.
You've still got your hand up, Jeff. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. The motion is carried, noting Councillor O'Leary and Paula are out of the room at the moment, and Councillor Forsyth is dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks all. Now, with the Mayor away, I would, and she's indicated a willingness to take part in our meaty discussions. With your leave, councillors, I'd be keen to move the contractors' minimum wage down a little, and perhaps we can get to item 11, open air burning bylaw. Everyone okay with that? All right, I'll just find the thing on my...
Happy to move this, Jeff.
Okay, thanks, Ryan. I'm just slowly moving to the right page. Page 69.
So it's page 69, councillors.
Yeah, sorry, I'm using my laptop on this. I mean, here we go. Here we go. All right. Okay. So I don't know. I'm presuming this might be quite straightforward. Councillor Hamilton has moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wilson. Staff, do we need to speak to this at all?
I'm happy. It's Jen here. I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Right,
I think
let's
it's
see
pretty
if there are.
straightforward.
There's a whole lot of hands up, but I think they're historic hands. Can you guys take your hands down from the previous?
Mine's a new hand.
Yours is a new hand. Well, that's great. I've just taken my hand down. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just wondering, I was going to move something with a bit of a change. The mover and the seconder may want to include it, or otherwise it's an amendment. What I'm interested in is removing the incinerator fires. So I'm wanting to say that incinerator fires be banned in any residential area within Hamilton city boundary. And I'm happy to explain that either now or when you're ready.
Okay. Mover and like some explanation from Councillor O'Leary first.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, go for it, Angela.
Yeah, thank you. I just, over the years, I haven't been inundated with complaints on this, but I have had complaints, and when I get them, they're quite serious. I think this is a bit, having an incinerator in a backyard is a bit of something we did 40 years ago prior to the curbside rubbish and recycling service. And of course, we're improving ours. And I think I worry about obviously environmental impacts, because the complaints that I've had over the years have been people burning plastic in particular. And also with a growing city and more high density, I just think it's a very outdated thing. I tried to look at Auckland Council policy, and it doesn't appear that they allow incinerator fires. So it would have no impact on, is it umus and barbecues and things like that. I just that you know, gallon drum burning rubbish and can be quite a nuisance, particularly when it is plastic. So that's my reasoning around that proposal.
Okay, Councillors Hamilton and Wilson, what are you happy with that or not?
Deputy Mayor, could I just hear from Jen on that, just if there's any legal implications or if we're not doing anything ultra virus by just doing that?
Absolutely.
So the one question, actually, I've just flicked off a text message about it, is so what the recommendation, staff recommendation here is that you determine that a bylaw is the appropriate way of dealing with this, and then the second recommendation is that we continue with the current bylaw. My question is that I will need to grab from either Paul or Sandra, actually, is whether making this change requires us to consult on a change to the bylaw. So I will get back to you shortly.
Okay, well, that's quite an important consideration, I guess. Jen, is that going to be a quick kind of answer, do you think? Or
I'm hoping so. Actually, I wonder if governance might be able to provide governance on that. But I'll just go with you one moment.
It depends on whether the change is significant or not, and I don't know whether it would be, given my lack of knowledge on the policy. So I think advice from your team, Jen, is needed on this.
It feels to me like it is quite a
You got a dodgy microphone there, Jen. You cut out.
My initial thinking, councillors, is that this probably would require further consultation if this change was to go ahead.
Okay, so there's a choice here. Councillor Hamilton, you could either include it in your recommendation if you support it, or Councillor O'Leary could add it as an amendment, I guess.
Well, I'm open-minded. I'm just wondering if we should defer, given that we're probably operating on the fly here with something that could be significant. I'm not sure.
Do we want to maybe? Oh, sorry, Jen's back.
Shall we? Oh, yeah.
I'm back. The answer is like that. That it is a significant change to the bylaw, so we would need to consult on that.
Okay, and what are the implications for that? I mean, it's not. That's not the end of the world, I guess. Are there cost implications? There's obviously a time implication.
Yeah, there'll be a time implication, and there are some cost in terms of just running the consultation, and you know, am I going to guess at how much? Do you want to have a figure of that?
Oh no, you're just cutting out a lot.
Oh, sorry. So I will try again. I'm going to speak slower. Maybe I won't cut out as much. So there definitely are time implications for that. So we would take that away, run the consultation, and then report back to council. There may be hearings for that as well, and then we can lock that in. And the costs involved are just the standard costs for consultation.
Okay, so there we have it. So 2 choices. I don't know anything about this incinerator thing. Councillor Hamilton, what do you want to do?
I'm happy to receive the report and defer to give Councillor Angela's consideration. That's up to you and as well as seconder.
I wonder if we move A and B and then just ask, I guess we're going to need to have slightly more insight in C, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like we can't go much further, really. I'm feeling a bit of a lack of information here to make this decision. Governance, what are the options?
Sorry, I was just going
Hey, it's Richard here, the Chief Executive. Could I jump in?
Yep.
Hey, guys, I actually challenged the staff's view of whether or not it's significant or not. My view is whether we consider it as significant or not is how many people are impacted by it. My view is, and impacted by it in the positive and the negative, the users and the people that, as Councillor O'Leary has alluded to, that get the negative byproducts of it. So I don't know if we've got enough information right now in front of us to make the decision whether it's significant or not, and therefore whether or not we're going to be stressing out about council consultation without the right context.
Okay.
I would much rather do the minimum we have to do now, just to either park it. Jen, what is the time constraint?
That's what we've just said, Richard.
Yeah, and just park it and then actually work out, because I don't want to do a whole lot of consultation for no reason.
So we can park it and work out the size of the size of the incineration issue and come back.
Yep. Should we just receive the report for now then?
Yep, receive the report.
Okay, all right.
I think receive the report and note a deferral.
Yep. Okay, so I'm happy to move that as a...
Can I just ask a question of Jen, if that's all right?
Go for it.
Jen, when there's a there's a fire ban and the likes, who makes that decision? That's central government, right? Or is that who has the right to do that?
Can I jump in, Jen?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, please, Sandra.
Hi. Sorry, I apologise for coming in late. The IT department decided to kick me out. So I've only just come in. Look, I apologise for that. The decision about whether there's a fire ban is the fire service is related. So the thing to understand is that most of the open air burning regulations are actually held by the regional council. They're the ones that do the majority of the enforcement around this. Not so much. So our bylaw is sort of more about fire risk, and this policy was reviewed in 2018 at the request of the fire service to update that. So they're the ones that make the call on whether there is a need for a fire ban or not. So there's actually some debate as to whether we need a bylaws at all, simply because it's most of the responsibility is held with the fire service or the regional council, not with the actual local council themselves.
But I guess our area of responsibility, I think this is where Councillor O'Leary is driving, is it's not so much the danger of a fire, it's the inconvenience of a fire to the people that are affected by the smoke and the likes. Is that right? So we are still kind of relevant in it.
Yes. So it's more of a nuisance issue.
Right. Okay. Thanks. It's clear for me. Yeah.
Okay. So thanks, Mark. So councillors, I note a couple more hands up, but I'm wondering if we're just going to defer this report and get a bit more information, which I really think we need. Do we need any more questions? Are your questions really pertinent to that? Are they necessary? Councillor Rob, Councillor Margaret, you've got hands up, but I'd like to move on if we could.
Yeah, I've just got a very quick question, which might also be worth pursuing if it hasn't already been so. And that is, I'm having a little bit of difficulty understanding how the new fire service structure works since we did the 2015 bylaw, but I don't think that the question I've got, and given all the controversy and we had last time when this was last discussed, does the new regulatory body, whoever it is, the fire service, do they support us continuing with the bylaw? And do they support the present contents that we've got?
The Fire Service and the Waikato Regional Council had no comments or issues to raise when we asked them if there was anything that they wanted to address.
So last time they were quite supportive of us having a bylaw, and I think we spent hours at a meeting debating the pros and cons of the bylaw, given what you've already said in terms of the rules that connect back to them anyway. Are they still supportive though of us having a bylaw, or do we need to have one if it really has got no teeth?
Whether or not we have the bylaw is a council decision. They didn't make any comment on that aspect of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Margaret, is your sort of question one that is pertinent, given that we're going to defer the report? Receive the report?
Only you can decide that, Jeff. It's your call. You don't want me to ask a question? I'm happy not to.
Oh, go for it then. All right.
Whoever presumably it's a question for Jen. Jen, just deciphering the bylaw, and I know we're getting more information, etc., but presumably the point of the bylaw is to stop people burning couches, stop people burning rubbish and having an incinerator out the back, burning all sorts of offensive matter, but it's allowing the burning of a fire for a hangi, it's allowing for a barbecue and a brazier, correct? Have I missed anything?
No, that's correct. Having a barbecue or whatever wouldn't be affected by the bylaw.
And a hangi's fine?
Yes.
And so is a brazier, sitting around outside and having a little brazier going and keeping warm.
Yep.
Great, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, Martin.
Deputy Mayor, Chair, just advise me around process. We're going to sit again on this?
We are going to receive the report and defer it till we have more information.
So tell me how our committee structure is supposed to work, because we either have, I think, infrastructure, we have environment committee. One of the things I'm really wanting to do is to make full use of our relevant committees so that we actually do a briefing, so that we actually do a bit of a micro view at this. I mean, and this is a good example in my humble view, where the second reading via the relevant committee would have been very helpful, so that we had a chance at a committee stage to kind of go through and ask the questions. So I'm wondering if, through you as acting mayor at this point, in Paula's absence, if you and Paula could consider with the chief executive the referral of this, when the report comes back, direct it through the appropriate committee first.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point. It's a good point, Martin. All right, movers, are you prepared to amend your motion?
Yeah.
Right, to that we receive the report and defer it to the appropriate committee?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's moved and seconded by Councillor Wilson. Those in favour? Taylor, Naidu-Rofe, Van Oosten, Thompson, I was going to say Brooke, Bunting, McPherson, Hamilton, Pascoe, O'Leary, Forsyth, Gallagher? Couldn't tell. Yep, Gallagher. Wilson?
Yep.
Yep.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I put my hand down after you went past.
That's all good. So I think that's unanimous minus the mayor. All right. Geez, that was hard work. All right.
We might get something through today. We'll see how we go.
So what I propose, if everyone's all right with it, is that we move on to item 12, the municipal endowment lease, which is on page 72, and take that one. And everyone got that up?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Ryan and I have a an amendment to the staff recommendation, which I've circulated with governance.
Great. Okay, shall we get that up?
That would be great.
Yeah, it's on its way, hopefully.
Thanks, Becca.
Tony, are you there? Yep, there you go.
Right. And so that is, Councillor Wilson, that's an addition of a C to it?
Yeah, Councillor Wilson's the mover on that, Becca.
Right. Councillor Wilson, if you could just, in a nutshell, just explain what you're doing there, that'll be great.
Yes, by all means. So if this land is endowment land, and currently the broader policy of council is when any asset is sold, it goes to pay off debt. But there is an additional policy that says, that expresses that if it's an endowment land, the funds should go to the endowment credit. And I use the word credit as opposed to jar because apparently we've got rid of jam jars and there's no longer a jam jar, but it is for accounting terms allocated to the endowment fund. Currently, the endowment fund has been sucked dry. There was $28 million in it. That's been used by council to reduce debt. When we sold the Ward Street property, that rehydrated the fund of those proceeds. This motion would enable an additional 380,000 of rehydrated funds back into the endowment fund.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We'll go to, right, so that's been moved and seconded. And we'll go to questions. Councillor Margaret, I've got your hand up.
Great, thanks. It was straight up from last time, but I'm happy to ask the questions. Probably to staff. So if the 380 goes to rehydrate this fund, what would be the purpose of the fund? If not to reduce debt?
So Margaret, it's Jen here. So this is just a way of ring fencing that money so that it stays dedicated in a dedicated place for the Municipal Endowment Fund. The Municipal Endowment Fund is currently has cash reserves of about $28 million, which are available, but are currently being used to offset debt. David Bryant has just popped up, so he might want to give a more detailed accounting explanation.
I'm sure Councillor McPherson would love that. In terms, no, okay. So no, the reserve is there. Just to give comfort, if you look to note 32 on page 137 of our latest annual report, it will show that there's $35 million sitting in reserves. So the reserves are there. It's just that we don't jam jar, so we just have a bank account and we borrow. And so when there are decisions to use those funds for the purpose which the fund has been set up for, we will borrow to enact that. So that would just be just standard borrowings. The only change that's happened over the last little while is that in the past we had our debt to revenue calculation exclude the amount of the endowment fund. So if you like, it just excluded that in its calculation for our limits. Now it includes it. And the reason it includes it is that through the long-term plan, we adopted the LGFA's calculation of the debt to revenue. That change has no way impacted the availability of the setting aside of those reserves. Those reserves are there. Use of, decisions to use those to purchase other properties would be a full council decision, and you'd do that with an open mind in terms of the fact that we would be opening, we would just be borrowing money to purchase the new endowment property.
Can I jump in here? So David's absolutely correct. The reason, and this conversation's come up a couple of times this triennium, the reason that Councillor Wilson is doing what he is doing is in the past, when there's been a discussion about purchasing something with the endowment fund, the excuse has always been put forward, oh, we don't want to increase our debt. So what Councillor Wilson's attempting to do is separate the use of the endowment fund away from the argument that debt is an excuse to make sure that we can actually, I like the word rehydrate, so we can rehydrate and have a focused purpose for that fund rather than actually combining it, if I understand correctly, Councillor Wilson, and losing it in what becomes potentially a political debate about debt levels, and as opposed to the use of the fund. Now, Councillor Forsyth's question is specifically about what will the fund be used for, which I don't think has been answered.
No, it hasn't.
No, it hasn't. No. So it's always good to come along and have an opportunity to stand on a platform and pontificate. I'll actually answer the question. So basically, what the endowment fund is used for is governed by the endowment fund policy.
Yep.
So that will be for further purchases, for further properties, broadly speaking, that generate a return that meet the requirements of the endowment fund. So it's very prescriptive. So we cannot use the money for purposes that do not generate a return. Is pretty simple. It's got to have some sort of lease, rent, business return on it and attached to it to effectively grow that fund. Our obligation is to make sure the fund grows. Now, we are a little bit cute by putting it off against debt because we're assuming that while interest rates are reasonably high, offsetting debt generated a return and that we didn't have to borrow so much money, therefore we had the interest offset benefit. Because interest rates are lower, we're going to get to the point where we actually could be argued that we're actually not increasing the value of the fund. So there's going to be more pressure on this council to more actively use that endowment fund so as to meet the purposes of the fund. Councillor Wilson's recommendation enables us to better isolate that money so we can actually do that with a bit more focus. Does that help?
It does. I just want that distinction between the policies which say offset debt and accumulate in an endowment fund.
Yeah, and I can do that. So the offset debt is a general statement. So the offset debt was a part of our financial strategy. Council as part in previous, I think going back to 2012 LTP, I think you were involved in that one, Councillor Forsyth, where we specifically wanted to sell down as we were asset recycling like as fast as we could for the purpose of offsetting debt. So that's a legacy of that time. What we do have though is a policy and legislation that says that we've got to maintain the integrity of the fund. We've chosen, because of the way interest rates were, it was actually better off for us to have money offsetting debt than money in the bank. Now interest rates are getting to a point, it's probably better to actively invest that money in property, in my view, and actively use it. So we're now getting to a point where we have to start as an elected group debating what is the best use of that money. So that's the legislation that gazumps our policy in this respect, in my view.
And Richard, if I just jump into that and just say that that process is happening through the Economic Development Committee.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Margaret. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Jen, just to clarify, did you say there was a briefing coming for elected members in terms of an update of the municipal endowment history and transaction and bring us up to speed?
Yes, a briefing will be the first step.
Okay, thank you. Just on the report itself, the valuation of the 380,000, how was the valuation arrived at?
I'm going to let Wendy jump into that one, if she's still there.
Councillors, it was done by a registered valuation on the current market value of the property of the freehold ground lease, because the lease itself has come to the end of its term, so there's no equity in that for council. So we have the option under our policy to either calculate the amount of our lessor's interest or the freehold value, which is the higher of the two, and the higher of the two is the freehold value, which is 380,000.
Yeah, so is this pre-COVID valuation?
That's correct, Councillor.
I just wonder, and perhaps with Councillor Ewan's leave, whether we put for a price of not less than 380,000.
I'd support that.
Thank you.
Righto. So you're making that change to your motion, okay? All right, we have got Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Chair. I just want to get some clarification in terms of, I think, what Councillor Wilson is trying to achieve. I just don't like the word reserve in his motion, because that is the reserve that David Bryant talked about before, which currently is reported in the annual accounts and showing the 28 or 36 million or whatever the figure is. I thought your intention of, and I'll use the word jam jarring this, was actually to have the sale of both Ward Street and this property, if it goes through, actually have it physically sitting in a term deposit account, rather than it having gone to pay off debt, but added to the reserve on page 36 or whatever it is of the annual report. Could somebody, either David or the CE,
I'll quickly jump on top of that, because I have spoken to Councillor Wilson on this before. Yes, it is. And when we did this last time, we used the word investment fund. So it is an asset rather than a debt, Councillor Wilson. So I think the wording just might, to be consistent with previous resolutions, might refer to it, which will address your concerns, which reserve is an accounting term rather than actually a physical banking term.
Yeah. And I'm worried at using the word reserve, because I think we got rid of all those little reserves that we had in the financial statements, you know, when I came on board in 2013. And I don't think we want to create another one of those in the financial accounts at this stage. So sorry, is your intent, Councillor Wilson, that this money physically go into a term deposit account, so it actually is specifically earmarked, and if it is used, we then don't have the argument that we've had in the past, in the recent past, about having to borrow the money to reinstate the municipal fund?
Look, Rob, that through you, Deputy Mayor, Rob, that's a really good question. And yes, and I may not have highlighted my intention as accurately as I should have, but my strategy is to have the funds available for the endowment fund, and I accept the best way is that they are in a term deposit accumulating some interest, while the elected members, and I think you'll be party of this, we'll all be party of it, review, develop and finalise our broader strategy, and then start looking at opportunities. And I haven't even moved to that point yet. Okay. So I think you're right. And as such, I think we have to add a couple of more words into the resolution.
Okay, I'd like the word reserve to come out, and maybe something to go in there as a bank account or whatever. And I think if Richard is right, we're probably able to get a higher rate of interest on a term deposit account than retiring that amount off to debt.
Councillor Wilson?
Deputy Mayor, look, I agree with what Rob has said in its entirety, and I agree with what Richard and how he's explained it. He's done it a lot better than I could have. If staff would be prepared to put the resolution back on the screen, then, and I do feel for the staff, because I'm asking them to do this on the fly. Let me see if I can find a way of removing
Staff have already done it, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah.
So it refers to all proceeds and sale is credited to the municipal fund, cash investment, endowment from cash investment fund. Yep, that's enough for us and doesn't restrict us, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with that too. I think that's better than the word reserve that was previously there. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm happy with that, Deputy Mayor.
Wow.
Ryan, are you happy?
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That was slick work from staff, wasn't it? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I was just wanting to get a bit more information about the background of this. What was the property for, and who's it being leased to? It was kind of mysterious. Silence.
Well, so Councillor.
Staff. Do we have a response to that?
Yeah, Wendy's going to respond to that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, basically it's part of the Municipal Endowment Fund land that we inherited back in the early 1900s. It's a straight ground lease that's occupied for a residential purpose. The lessee owns the building on top of that, and the Municipal Endowment Act allows and encourages that the lessee can apply for the freehold of the ground lease at any time to help stimulate and promote growth in that particular property. And that's exactly what's done. So it's quite a normal situation. It's one of 4 municipal endowment properties we have left. The other 3 are straight residential ground leases also.
Right. And in terms of the policy around allowing them to freehold and buy that land, is that basically the only option other than just allowing them to lease it? There's no other options available? I was just interested in, I guess, whether, you know, when we're looking at things like the lands trust and stuff, if there's opportunities to actually develop land like that, or go into partnership with someone to do that.
Councillor, these leases were long-term leases in perpetuity, ground leases. So once we've actually granted those leases, we have very little control of them. We can't, we could possibly buy them out, but then we'd have to buy the improvements on top of that land, and the lessee's interest becomes expensive.
Yeah.
Probably back if we'd been able to have an opportunity at the very beginning when we did the leasing, we could have set some ground rules around what could have occurred on top of the land, but that just
there's very strict rules. Sorry, Wendy. There's very strict rules, Councillor Thompson. The challenge is there's a first right of refusal situation with the current leaseholder. So they have first dibs. And we have done previously entered into agreements for various commercial deals with some of the more commercial sites under similar situations where there's been exchange of property and general agreements. And the example would be the land, I think, where the Countdown was, that is now Genesis Energy. So we had owned the ground lease on that, and Countdown owned the building, and they wanted to enter into a commercial relationship. So we were able to do a deal, but all parties had to be willing parties, including the person that had the rights for the first right of refusal. In this case, they want to honour. We have to legally honour their first rights.
Thank you.
Happy with that, Councillor Thompson? Right. Okay. Councillor Naidu-Roth.
Thank you. Just a quick question for clarity. I might have misunderstood this. Number 14 under financial considerations, the second half of that, it says the exception to this is if it's endowment properties, the money would automatically go into the municipal endowment fund. Have I misunderstood that, or is there a need for the amendment?
I'll pick that one up because I was quicker at unmuting than David. So basically, that at the moment we've lent all the municipal endowment fund money to council to offset debt. So we don't have a bank account with the money in. What Councillor Wilson's recommendation to do is to slowly lend that money, give that money back to the endowment fund, so there's a cash reserve. So at the moment it's a big, huge overdraft. We want to make that a positive cash amount. So they're both a fund, but one's backed by cash, one's backed by a debt owing from council to the fund.
Okay.
I think the word is rehydrate.
Oh, I love that word. It's awesome.
Thank you.
It's my current favourite word with quantum.
All good, Kesh? Okay. Councillor Dave.
Thanks. Look, the change in wording caused, and the comments around Rob's questions caused me to want to check something extra now. Rob made a statement which wasn't sort of confirmed or disagreed with, that he expected we'd get higher interest off a term deposit than off retiring debt at the moment. And I just want to test that with either of our two chief accountants there, Richard or David. Is that true? Because previously we've been certainly told we get more off retiring debt. To me, it's worth more in savings than we would get in deposit.
I wasn't going to jump on Councillor Pascoe when you said that, but it's probably depending on where the interest rates are falling to and what happens with the Reserve Bank in terms of potential negative interest rates. But at the moment, it's probably slightly better offsetting debt. But given the volumes involved, it's negligible benefit one way or another.
Okay.
I would agree.
So it doesn't matter what vehicle it's held in, whether it's held in internal debt or bank deposit, or because it won't make any appreciable difference to, in this case, 380 grand.
That's correct. If we were talking about 30, 40, $50 million of the whole amount, it would effectively raise some profile questions with our lenders, and it may well give rise to a question over the interest rates we're receiving on that, or we're paying on that debt. But at $380,000, it's not going to have any impact or any consideration from our lenders.
So if we do it this time, will that create a precedent? Because I'm a bit concerned that we might, through wanting to follow a good line of approach, through following a, I turned it off, but it kept going. Through following a good line of approach, we might inadvertently earn ourselves less money with this balance. If it doesn't matter with 380, but we might get 3 million the next time.
Yep. So there's already a couple of million in this. So we've done this before. So firstly, our policy allows us to do this. This specifically allows us to make a decision on what we do and how we establish the endowment fund. So there's no precedent issues. Your concern regarding the use of the money to offset debt in the long run needs to be a consideration. So I'm reasonably comfortable given that the Economic Development Committee is focusing on a strategy for our endowment funds. And we should get that policy and that strategy up and running as soon as we can, because if we start having bigger chunks of cash, it does become a question of whether or not we're doing the best thing for the ratepayer. So we've got to wait up. Yeah, and the other challenge, Dave, is what I said, Councillor McPherson, sorry, what I said earlier. There's a significant question from a legal perspective of the use of that fund as interest rates drop, is whether or not just having the money offsetting debt or in the bank is the best use of that fund, and whether it should be actively used to invest in property. We may well be in breach of our responsibilities from an endowment fund perspective either way. And so we do definitely need, with the way the interest rates are heading, we definitely do need a strategy on how to best leverage this, in my view, to satisfy our requirements.
For instance, buying while prices, the market's low, and that sort of stuff. That's all right. So that's going to come up when in the Economic Development Committee? What's the work program before we get any more big sales coming through?
So the sales are just in terms of when those leases come through and are open to having that conversation. But in terms of the briefing, we're looking to schedule something in August to cover this off.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks very much for those answers.
Thanks, Councillor Dave. Councillor Margaret, is that a new hand or an old hand?
Old hand, sorry.
Okay.
No
further questions as far as I can see. So we'll go into debate. Would it be helpful just to have another look at the motion, councillors, before we get into debate? All right, there she is. All right. Councillor Wilson, would you like to speak to it?
Look, thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's been a lot of very good questions, a lot of very good discussions and helpful answers. I don't think I could add anything other than, obviously, I'm really keen, as is Councillor Hamilton and I think yourself, to ensure that there is liquidity in the endowment fund. And I look forward to EMs being able to have the discussion within the parameters of the endowment fund of how we best utilise those funds. We're not even there yet. My single unashamable, unapologetic role in this is trying to rehydrate the fund and then move quickly. I've chosen not to use the word pace because it's one of my banned words that Councillor McPherson reminds me, as quickly as possible. So I would appreciate your support.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just following on from that, historically, this fund was returning an 8% or thereabouts return to council, which was part of the mandate of the endowment fund. And over time, with shifting markets, the decision to offset debt was probably a reasonable one. But now with the interest rates, the variation is not so great. And so we've got an opportunity to actually utilise that fund to try and achieve a better return. And was it Councillor Dave's question around what is the strategy? It's a little bit chicken and egg. We've got to unimpinge this allocation and actually make it accessible so that we've got the ability to utilise it. So that's sort of our first port of call, is to access it, and then we're in an ability to do something tangible and meaningful. But that's a work in progress, and that's coming. And as Jen said, there'll be a briefing coming up to update elected members in terms of the journey of this fund and the opportunities. And we're really open-minded to what they will be, and everyone will be on that journey together. So this is just a further step to help council get into a place where we've got an ability to do something exciting and use the endowments funds for their actual original purpose and mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just want to confirm the earlier two speakers, and my wish is that we have much better oversight than where we morphed into during the last council term on the municipal endowment fund. I know that when in the last term we considered the possibility of reusing or rehydrating, the new word, rehydrating that fund to look at a property company. We had a very, very expensive consultants report that told us, you know, the downside was that we had to go and reborrow that money because it had all, and I think we were talking here of several millions of dollars, had all been used to repay debt. So look, I'm very much in favour of a revised, a renewed strategy, but certainly better oversight. I think there are some legislative requirements around these funds, and I am not sure if we are in the present form in which we have recorded these, complying with that legislative requirement. My comment around the borrowing is that my understanding is currently we are getting new borrowings in at less than 2%. And so weighing up that we were perhaps better off with a term deposit, term deposit rates still seem to be around about 2.5%. Well, I would expect those to drop. So there is a marginal gain, if you like, in terms of what our new borrowing costs are with the term deposit rates. So look, I'm happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, thank you. I was going to share with Sarah Thompson a long and detailed history behind the leasehold, and I'm interested now that there is only 4 of these properties left, because right under the Minogue, Dennis Rogers era, this was a clear policy at the time to give people an opportunity to freehold their leasehold properties. But the prime point of my contribution now is to acknowledge my good friend and colleague, Councillor Ewan Wilson, for raising this. And I really am looking forward to a comprehensive micro-analysis of all of these, the related issues of the endowment fund at the appropriate committee. I assume it'll be the Economic Development Committee, I think. I acknowledge Councillor Pascoe raised the issue where we were looking at a potential property company, and Council democratically in the last term decided not to go down that particular path. But I assure everyone, obviously one has an open mind, of course, as to the most effective and best use of the fund. With regard to the report coming in August, look, I know you're massively busy, but August cannot come soon enough in my view, because I think Councillor McPherson alluded to possible opportunities for us in the current climate regarding this fund. And I think the key thing that I think Councillor Wilson is probably sharing with us is the ability to be nimble and focused, and looking forward to that discussion in Councillor Ryan's committee.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Jeff. Look, and I do thank Councillor Martin for sharing the history that only he would know of the Municipal Endowment Fund. It was very edifying. When Councillor Wilson first brought up the term rehydrating, like Ryan, I immediately thought that was something to do with providing for Auckland's water needs, because we're certainly rehydrating them at the moment by the look of things. But the main thing that I was concerned about was that we actually have a strategy going forward that's going to deliver the best outcome. I was glad to hear Jen say that the Economic Development Committee is shovel ready in August to actually deal with this issue, because it needs a wider look than just where we park the money from an individual small thing like this. And I want to know in that time how far we can go in looking at the city, at the well-beings that we've been talking about, social, economic, environmental, cultural well-beings, when we're looking at the use of this money and what restrictions there might be in that area. We had a debate quite a long time ago where the Deputy Mayor of the time, Gordon Chesterman, was attempting to use funds from the Municipal Endowment Fund to purchase and redevelop a heritage building in the CBD. And there was quite some questions raised about whether that was legally possible, because the return on it wouldn't financially maybe meet targets, but would it meet other well-being targets of the city was the question. So I'm keen to see where we can go in that area. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McPherson. Right, Councillor Wilson, right to reply?
Not required. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
All right. So do you want to see the motion, everyone, before we put it? Or not? Just a quick look and then. Okay. All right. So everybody happy? We will put the motion. Those in favour? Right. Councillor Taylor, Naidu-Rofe, Van Oosten, Thompson, Bunting, McPherson, Hamilton, Gallagher, Wilson, O'Leary, Pascoe, Forsyth. Everyone except the Mayor, I believe.
Thank you. The motion is carried unanimously, noting Mayor Paula was not partaking in the vote on that.
Jolly good. Right, councillors, look, what I propose to do now is take a short coffee/comfort break. I would suggest, it's 11:44 now. What would 10 minutes suffice, or would you like to come back at 12?
We have 12 because I need to. Okay. There's no milk here.
Okay, midday it is, guys. We'll resume at midday. Thanks.
Thanks. Still on YouTube. I'll talk to you in a minute, Jeff, by phone.
Okay.
Because we're still live. It's just going to catch up on how it all went and where you're at. And I'll go and buy a coffee. Looks like it's only you and me back, Dave. Right. There's only a few of us back so far. Let's give it another couple of minutes.
Back live.
Thank you. So we're on item. Have you done the Municipal Endowment Fund?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We've
So
done
we're,
municipal-
so
yeah,
we're
we've
going
done-
on to the gardens?
Yeah, we just still need to do the minimum wage. So it depends if you want to go do that or just do gardens now.
Well, we may as well go back and do that then. So just I'm just looking for the right page. Thanks. So that's page 63, yeah?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Dave and I have managed to solve a problem of there being no milk on the 9th floor. We now have a good coffee supporting local, so it's good. So we'll crack on with the council contractors minimum wage, and who's leading this one out? Emily, thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. So the report you've got in front of you is regarding contractors minimum wage. Back in April and September of last year, council resolved to extend council's minimum wage to cleaners and security guards. At the meeting in September, staff were asked to return to council with information on the minimum wage levels for council contracts, and this is what this report is about. At present, we have about 70 active contracts with a total combined approved contract sum of $100 million. However, when I was going through this and trying to work out how we can estimate the final financial impact, all of our contracts are quite different. And also the suite of contracts changes quite often as well. So at any one time, the type and service provision of a contracted services it can change. So it's only a snapshot in time that we can provide you with today. And obviously, as you know, as we go through our 10-year plan, the works that we deliver also changes throughout the 10-year plan as well. So in order to do this report, I've kind of broken contracts down into 4 groups: one-off construction type works, long-term construction, skilled service delivery contracts, and unskilled service delivery contracts. The cost of construction contracts tends to be weighted in favour of materials and equipment, with labour only taking up a small proportion of the contract sum. This is the opposite though with service delivery contracts, where they're more labour focused, so any changes to wage will have more of a bearing on the approved contract sum or the cost to council. And generally, construction and skilled services tend to use skilled staff who are actually earning greater than the minimum wage. You can imagine, as if you're an employer, as soon as you actually put some investment into a person in their training, it's actually better for you to pay them a little bit more, because then you can retain them. Otherwise, you're constantly having to retrain new employees. But again, that's entirely up to you know, the construction company or the service provider and how they actually manage their resources. So the way I've done this is I've done it in bands. So we've done some estimates, obviously with the construction and this contracts. The band is actually quite small, a 0 to 1% of the approved contract sum. And then with the contracts that are more labour focused, which are the service delivery contracts, there's a band of 10 to 15% of the approved contract sum. The implementation of a minimum wage to our contracts has benefits and constraints, and I believe you guys have already discussed at length the benefits of minimum wage through the annual plan process, so I won't touch on that today. To implement a change to wage and contracts, the contractors actually need to have a back of house system to be able to implement it. So if you can imagine any contractor, they potentially will be doing work for a number of clients. So they'll have to have a system in place that recognises who they're doing the work for, and so then they can actually pay a staff member potentially different rates. And that's why the staff recommendation is for only if council does decide to implement it, only implement it on the longer term contracts. And this allows then the construction company or the service provider to actually invest in that back of house support to actually enable them to actually deliver it for us. H3 group also has their own cleaning, security and catering contracts. I think we need to note that the cost of these services is actually passed on to their customers. So we actually need to consider the impact that this will have on their hireage rates, and obviously they work in a very competitive environment. So I know Sean Murray was one of that raised that, you know, if they were to increase their rates, they actually might lose out on some potential sales. On page 67 of the report, there's a table there. The figures, unfortunately, we did a late change to the report, and the figures stated for cleaning and security are actually for our current financial year, whereas all the remaining figures are actually for next financial year. So if you could please change that figure for cleaning, I think it's sitting at around about 214 or 215,000. If you could change that to 107,000, please. And then the total at the bottom of the page also changes to 152,000 to 859,000. So apologies for that late change. So I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Emily. We've got Dave and then Maxine first. Dave first. No, you're mute.
I didn't realise I was first. Sorry, Mayor Paula. Look, and it was a good cup of coffee too. Thank you for going there. Look, Emily, I want to just focus a little bit on the 3-year thing you've got there. When a contractor prices a job, when they're tendering to us, or if they're a preferred contractor giving it straight to us, they price the number of hours and the given wage rates and other factors that we've put on the tender documents. Do they not? You know, regardless of whether it's a one-off or a long-term contract?
It depends on the type of contract. So we could have lump sum contracts when the only transparency we get is a total figure. So we've got no way then of knowing what the relationship is between materials, equipment and labourers.
I'm not talking about the relationship. I'm talking about when the contractor prices the job themselves.
Yeah,
they're doing that sort of exercise.
Yeah, so for a lump sum contract, we would only have a total figure. We wouldn't have that breakdown. For other types of contracts, yes, we can get that breakdown. And
that's not the quick. Sorry,
Emily, I think if I can just jump in there, Councillor Dave. Emily, I think what Councillor Dave's saying is that within contractors' own business, when they are tendering for business, they will go through a process to cost a job, which will include pulling in all costs, which include labour rates. Is that right, Councillor Dave?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Sorry, I'm not after us it being transparent to us necessarily. I'm after just checking how they would do their cost calculation, regardless of how it finally appears to us. So when they are sending their staff to a job at a contract like with the council and then to somewhere else later on in the week or whatever, they would record the individual number of hours each staff member works on the different contracts, would they not?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So to have different rates for different jobs or different rates that are earned by employees for different jobs would not be a new thing. It would be there would be all sorts of reasons why a worker could be priced differently for different workplaces if they are contracted out by their boss.
So let's kind of phase. These need to be questions, and then we can get into the debate.
I'm just checking the process that goes into it, and sorry, Paula, and as to why there needs to be such a huge back of house impact point at 3 years.
Emily,
can I
did
jump
you
in here?
understand that?
Yes, I did.
I understand the question. Oh, Emily, you got it?
Yes. So I'm not saying, Councillor Dave, that's impossible. I'm just saying it's more difficult. So yes, I mean, majority of businesses probably have different rates that they use for their staff when they're on charging to their clients, but it's the linkage back to the payroll system. So if you imagine, look, myself, I work 40 hours a week and I've got a standard wage. Then if I was to be then on charged at a different hourly rate into my salary, then the HR system also needs to be changed as well. So that's where the complexity lies. It's definitely not impossible, but we have big contractors that could probably do it quite easily, but we also have quite a lot of small contractors as well who may struggle to implement it.
And which of those small ones would be employing appreciable numbers of workers in this category somewhere lower than the current council minimum wage of $20? I mean, I do understand big ones like Waikato Security and the cleaning company whose name I forget, sorry, but and they're the biggest ones, are they not, that are in this category?
Yeah, you're correct, Councillor. I've only listed in the report the sort of the bigger construction type projects. There's also a myriad of smaller jobs that we do at any one time. I haven't pulled those out because I didn't get into that layer of complex detail when I was doing the analysis.
So Councillor McPherson, there are there are some constraints, but there also are some solutions. Some organisations, for example, that I've worked with previously, will charge a blanket salary to everyone. So everyone earns a blanket salary, but staff that work on high-risk jobs get a high-risk premium for working on that job. So it could be a situation whereby, and most of these places do timesheets, that for the jobs where they indicate they're working on a certain job, there is an allowance for that job that's added on top, which could bring it up to the living wage or minimum wage. So excuse my language, up to the minimum wage. So there is always a workaround, and I think Emily's point is it's not impossible. It's sometimes just impractical.
Yeah, so that's helpful. Thanks. Just still don't I don't understand quite where the 3 years drives the impracticability. I can understand maybe where a really small contract for $2,000 might say, well, it's impractical to do something different there, but you could have a one-off that's $2 million.
Yeah, I think assumptions have been made, Councillor McPherson, that unless they're already doing this, they're going to have to invest in some technology, and they'll be looking for a return on that technology. So the longer contracts provide them the opportunity to extract that return to make it worthwhile. That's just the basis of our assumption, I suggest, Emily, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so Dave, you can debate that point. Is there any other questions?
Just one last point. Would it not be possible for the quantum, to use Ewan's word, of the contract to also drive the ability to handle a change?
So you say we put in place potentially a layer of, say it's over $1 million, we implement. If it's below $1 million, we don't. Is that where you're coming from?
Well, I wasn't trying to pick that, but certainly we do have one-off contracts that can be worth millions of dollars, don't we?
Yes, yeah, that is possible.
Yep. Thanks, Paula. That'll do for me.
Thank you. Sorry if I don't get the right order of whose hands up, but I think, Mark, you were next, but I'll get through everyone.
No problem. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to just explore this a little tiny bit, the 3-year part of it. From what I can understand, the minimum wage is what, $18.90 now. Do we have any indication that the minimum wage is going to go up to that $20 anyway within a year?
Yeah, we expect it to reach $20 on April 2021.
So, so why the 3-year threshold? Because if it's going to happen anyway, it's going to happen anyway.
So I was writing this report at the same time the annual plan paper was going up regarding staff minimum wage. So it was, at that point, it was quite fluid in the discussions. So when I was writing the report, there's a potential that if council decides to choose to go along the route of increasing the minimum wage to council's minimum wage, then council's minimum wage could also potentially, when I was writing the report, change as well. So that was my thought process. Whether or not council decides to change the council's minimum wage to greater than $20 an hour, that's a different topic. But this report was sort of trying to deal with a potential change or status quo on council's minimum wage.
So, Councillor Bunting, the issue is not where our rates compare to the government's minimum rate. It's where we could be in a position where we require an organisation to maintain 2 sets of pay rates, whether it's the government rate or not, and that 2 sets of pay rates, in some cases, systems aren't smart enough to handle it, although I think that's mediocre excuse, but still it is a consideration for some organisations, particularly organisations that have been around for a few years and got old systems. It'll be quite hard. So what we're just trying to do is trying to build some productivity response into this, so those organisations aren't hard done by as a consequence. However, if they want the work, they want the work. So there's a commercial aspect as well.
Yeah, I understand that now, and I get the principle of it. Is that, you know, we're effectively being employers in a general sense. That I get that. So this minimum wage you were talking about, say, and I doubt that would let it happen, but our minimum wage falls below the government minimum wage. We're not tying them to that. It's not a maximum minimum as well, is it? If you know what I mean. I'm not trying to be glib, but just trying to understand. It's a bottom threshold. Is that right?
Yes, it's whatever's the greatest.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. I'll stop and listen now. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. Sarah?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So just to confirm, in terms of us then deciding on the minimum wage, that is coming in the annual plan process, is it? So because I had expected today to have some deliberation around it, but I was just wanting to confirm the timeframes around that now.
I can help with that. So the one of the proposals from elected members was whether or not to adopt either the living wage, and that would mean that there would be an increase in the council minimum wage if elected members would like to adopt that. That's the only topic that's being brought through the annual plan. Outside of that, the council minimum wage of $20 will remain until the government's minimum wage takes effect above that number.
Okay, and thank you, David. A question around, say, the service contracts. They talked about a 10 to 15% increase in the value of the contracts potentially. But if you look at the difference between, I guess, the current minimum wage and council minimum wage, it's 5 to 6%. I was just interested in kind of how we calculated that.
So I developed a model. It's not all relative because of the staff may not all be affected by the minimum wage increase. Only some staff may be affected, and it's also because I'm basing it on approved contract sum, and that approved contract sum has got labour costs, material costs, etc. in it as well.
Yes, but just for the service delivery contracts. So
Councillor Thompson, are you asking that 10 to 15%, Emily, is the portion of that contract, or is that the increase?
I'm saying that based on the approved contract sum, the increase, if we were to accept the minimum wage, would be between 10 and 15% of the approved contract sum value.
So that's assuming there's a lot of people on the very base minimum wage of the government. So it's a cascaded response. Whereas our increase for a staff perspective reflected the fact that there was we had a different profile of staff, so it was not all of the base minimum of whatever it was, 1685, whatever the amount was.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Thompson, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh yeah, no, I was just kind of, I suppose, doing the maths and wondering, if all staff, even had their wage increased by that amount, surely it wouldn't go up to 15%. Just that didn't make sense to me.
So you haven't had that question answered, or it just still doesn't make sense to you?
Just why is it that we're looking at a 10 to 15% increase in the total price of a contract when someone's, if the staff wages are only increasing by 5 to 6%, if we're assuming we're just moving to the $20 minimum wage? I just thought it seemed a lot more than what it actually maybe would be.
So David, do you have a view on that? Or?
Yeah, my view is it would depend on what the labour content of the overall contract value would be. So some contracts will have a higher number, or a higher percentage, if you like, of labour costs. So if we were to move those workers up to a minimum $20, that would make a greater impact of a contract where there was one person or two people involved in the works and there was a lot of material and other costs associated with that total contract value.
I think you've argued in favour of the reason why Councillor Thompson's confused, because I'm a little bit confused now too, David. So basically, so Councillor Thompson's saying overall the increase to the living wage is about 5%. I can't remember the numbers exactly. So if we've got a 5%
to the minimum council minimum wage, it'd be a bit more to the living wage.
So let's say it's 7.5% and so forth. So therefore, how can you get a 10% increase if and if you've got less staff that are on that, then it should be a smaller increase. The only thing I can argue is also on top of that, they'll be putting a premium because they effectively put a margin on top of their salary rates for recoveries. So it will have an inflationary impact as they move to the living wage or a minimum wage or an increased wage. They have gross margin percentages they're tackling as well. I wouldn't think they'll be 50%, but they may well be. And that might help justify the 10%. Is all I can work out in my head right now, and someone can challenge me on that from the staff perspective.
Yes, sorry, Councillor, I'd need to actually go back to my model to be able to explain. It's been a while since I was in there. It was based on data that we received through from the cleaning and security contracts last year. So it is based on actual contracts and the financial impact that accepting council's minimum wage had on those contracts at the time.
Okay, well, it seems like we're not going to get a definitive.
No, that's all right. Cool.
Any other
Thank
questions,
you.
Sarah?
Yeah, the other one was just around the discussions. What discussions have we had with businesses and things to actually understand from them what costs they would potentially incur in terms of having that back of house system, or, you know, or needing to do some extra paperwork?
So I spoke to a couple of my contractors. I did actually say to them that it was a confidential conversation, so I'm happy to share that with you, but obviously not in a public forum. Their concerns was more about management, and this has also came through on the cleaning contractor as well. If you've got a couple of guys and they're moving between jobs and one job's paying a bit more than another job, staff tend to actually want to work on the job that they're getting paid more on. So it's the contractors are really worried about how to actually ensure equity amongst their staff, and so that's more of a people management problem rather than a back of house structural problem. The other one was just in terms of their pricing, but if we roll this out through the procurement stage, then it's all new pricing. It'll be a lot easier than if we were to implement it on existing contracts. Does that answer the question?
Okay, yes, thank you.
That's it, Sarah, for now. Thank you. Maxine.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and thank you, Sarah, for asking those questions. They were very top of my list as well for level of understanding. So thanks for that, and thanks staff for your responses. Emily, I'd like to have a bit of an understanding. You've used current contracts as a way of being able to identify what the potential future cost to increase contract sums. I wonder, we started this inquiry in September 2019, and have we surveyed or approached any of those contractors about the numbers of their workers or the type of worker that would fit into that category of being below the council proposed minimum rate?
So I've had offline conversations with several contractors. So in terms of construction, it depends on the job. It also depends on the stage of the job as well. So you can imagine anyone with skills, such as a digger driver, will definitely not be on minimum wage. But at the start of the job, when say maybe doing building demolition, you might have a squad of guys in there on minimum wage. So it's every single job is really different to the next job. So it becomes quite complex. The only way to actually answer this in full would be actually go through the procurement process.
And I can acknowledge that each of those jobs are difficult, but do we have any current data that would help us to be able to have a better understanding about future cost in order to be able to, make great decisions today?
No, it's the only data that we hold is the data that we receive through procurement of the cleaning and the security contracts.
And those are the ones that we've already approved, am I correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And back to the 3-year status, acknowledge
Excuse me,
that.
Maxine. Sorry, Jeff, can you take over chairing? Paula's screen's shot at the moment. Sorry, Maxine.
Thanks, Dave. Just with regard to the 3-year threshold that you're putting over that, and considering the point that Councillor Mark raised about the government minimum wage rising in April next year, is that in fact even necessary?
So again, Councillor Maxine, as discussed before, when I was writing this report, it was quite fluid in terms of our own council minimum wage, whether or not that was going to increase or stay the same. So I've written this report for both scenarios. The minimum wage could stay at 20, or it could actually $20 an hour, or it could increase. So, I mean, that's entirely your guys' decision on what happens to the council minimum wage. If we choose to stay at the $20 an hour, then it's only going to affect the first year of a contract. But if council did decide to increase it, then it could actually affect, you know, years 1, 2, and 3. Now, the reason why I chose 3 years is just because, as staff, when we do procurement process, we either tend to do one-off contracts or a program or work program, and that generally work program normally starts at a 3-year term. So that was the only reason why that 3-year was selected as an item for consideration.
And look, thanks for that, Emily. Chair, can I just signal that I'd like to propose an amendment, and that amendment takes out the covenant of the 3-year time frame. I think I've sent governance the wording for that, but in essence really just takes out the words that state with a term of 3 years or greater.
Okay, so that's the only change, Maxine?
Yes, that's right. I'd like it to be more, but for today, that's the only change.
Okay, and you've got a second, Councillor McPherson. Right. Yeah. So we okay. Thank you for that. So we haven't moved the motion yet. So that becomes the motion. My understanding. So at this stage, so we will continue on. We have got Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, Chair. Just touching on that proposed motion or council or amendment, whichever way it falls, taking out the 3-year time limit, what impact does that have, Emily, on your schedule of costs in paragraph 50? Is it likely that the maximum of 859 that you've calculated is now lower than what you would have done in terms of your modelling had you known that 3-year term was going to be removed?
So, Councillor Rob, in that table, that's just the estimated range of financial impact for next financial year only. It's not for the duration of the contract.
No, but less than 3 years means that isn't there a whole lot of other existing contracts that now fall into, if you like, the pot, so to speak?
I think staff's recommendation is that we only apply this minimum wage to new contracts that are going to be procured after the 1st of July, not existing contracts. So that covers that issue. Okay.
Second question then follows on from that. Does the lack of information that you've been, and correct me if I'm wrong, I understand this is modelled on what you knew back in post-August or post-September of last year. Does the lack of information signal to you concerns as to the accuracy of the financial calculations in paragraph 50? And when I'm talking about lack of information, that is information that you've been able to get back from the contractors?
So, Councillor Rob, I'd be very surprised, and in my discussions with the contractors, say for instance a construction project, that the final financial impact will be greater than 1%. We would only know exactly what the impact will be when we go through a tender process. And as you know, through any tender process, we kind of weigh out quality versus cost at any time, and it's, you know, we tend to choose what's right for the job. So we might not choose the cheapest valued contractor because we're actually putting higher emphasis on quality. So we've got to actually understand that whole procurement process as well. So it's not just a standalone item.
Okay. Have you talked to the contractors post COVID-19? You know, I appreciate this report has been in process since September of last year. Have you had a chance to talk to them in terms of the earlier comments you made about disruptions within their payrolls and you know, allocating workers to particular jobs and so forth, as to whether that is likely to be greater now post-COVID than it was prior?
So I had quite a few conversations while we were in lockdown on level 4, but we didn't talk about what the implications of COVID would have, because at that stage it was just too new to even make those commentaries. So no, we haven't had those discussions.
Have you got any comments that you could make, given your understanding of the types of contractors that are in this and the size of the contractors and you know, their, you know, the structure of their individual labour forces?
Not to that detail. Obviously, I mean, there's lots of discussions around the traps on what's going to happen to the construction industry. I've heard that people are holding off on releasing jobs because they're hoping to see a 10 to 15% reduction in contract rates. There's others that are wanting to go out to contract now because they want to provide stimulus. So I wouldn't be able to answer that question, Councillor Rob, at all. It's too much crystal ball gazing for myself.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being honest on that. The other question is perhaps might be best directed to David or to the CE. Given our current financial situation, and I'm looking here at our finances given pre and post COVID, is it a fair conclusion to draw that if this costs us the maximum of 859,000 in the following year, we will effectively be borrowing that money, given that council will not have a surplus to fund the increased cost?
That's correct.
Okay, and maybe following on from that to the CE, this, you know, given that this is another new cost and the other new costs that are starting to mount up in our spending basket, do you envisage at some point in the medium term to be coming back to council suggesting we need to increase rates to cover the increased spending?
It's a hard one to answer, Councillor Pascoe, because I had a very clear direction from the elected wing that a rates increase was off the table, and that I needed to look at other alternatives. There has been what I can say is if we don't increase rates and our costs increase regardless of why they do it, there will be a potential impact on our balancing the books and consequential debt. It's probably a better way of saying it.
Yeah. Okay. So if our debt does increase at some stage, we will. Is it correct? Am I correct in concluding that we will need to increase rates in order to create the surplus to repay that debt?
That's not necessarily following if we're generating surpluses in future years, because as you know, we've already got the 3.8%, which is increasing over time. And as you've seen from the previous graphs, when David can attest to this, so I can't find his face on the screen, ultimately over time we do return to a surplus position. So
that's correct.
It might just take longer. It just might take longer to do so, Councillor Pascoe. Should council wish to accelerate the return to a surplus position, therefore they've got one option is to either cut costs or increase rates.
And that's aligning to our living within our means, isn't it? That we would do the latter.
Well, that's our current financial strategy. Has an approach to that ilk.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, apologies, councillors. I was just doing nothing and everything went black, and I couldn't even. And then I could see you, but I couldn't hear you. But so far, I'm back. So sorry. I think we haven't had questions from Kesh yet. Am I right? Yeah, Kesh, you're next.
Thank you. Just trying to, if you can please help me understand, in terms of the timeline. So we're looking at contracts that would start from the 1st of July. We have strong indication that the New Zealand minimum wage would like go up to $20 from April. So that's an 8-month period in which this discussion is based on. So for just the 8-month period and upgrading your back of house systems to suit whatever decision is made today, like, would that favor the larger companies that can afford the overhead of changing systems versus your smaller local businesses?
I think it would probably more favour those companies that have got more IT savvy. Then, depending on the size of them, it'll be up to their skills and their resources that they have internally.
Yeah, and looking at the discussion piece on number 19, it just flags a whole lot of inconsistencies about how the increase in wage would be passed on to the workers. And it says we've got no control over subcontractors. So how do we know that this would actually happen? Like, how would it be policed, or would it just be in a contract and we just trust that it would happen?
I can only talk to how we manage the cleaning and security contracts. Obviously, these are long-term contracts, so we have monthly meetings, and this is raised monthly. And we also know from staff as well. So obviously, we see our cleaning and our security staff quite a lot in the building, and we know from them that they're actually getting paid the increased rate.
Cool. Yep. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, Kesh. I think, Angela, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Just following on from Councillor Nari Rolf's questioning there, this is really, if the motion goes ahead, this is really just council filling the gap between now and 1 July next year when the government brings in their $20. Possibly a hard question, Emily. So based on the new motion that's been put forward, or the slight changes, can you give us an idea of how many new contracts between now and 1 July next year? Because obviously once 1 July next year comes in, that supersedes council's minimum wage, which is the same thing, so it's kind of null and void. Can you give me an idea about new contract numbers?
No, definitely need across the ball for that one as well, because obviously our procurement is based on our current 10-year plan, and it'll be up to the individuals, engineers in council or project managers in council, when they actually release those that work out to the market. So no, I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
And is there any other way to write a requirement like this into a contract as part of weighting a contract, other than council filling this wage gap? Would it? So you know how we tender for contracts and we put various weightings. Could we write in that we would want a contractor to pay their staff the council minimum wage of $20? So that would be a weighted factor, so they could choose whether they wanted to or not, and we would weight that accordingly as part of the tender process.
So are you asking that we receive 2 prices from the tenderer, then one with and one without?
Well, no, we would just we weight our tender, under our procurement policy, we have weightings, and there's a percentage for local and there's percentage for I don't know, sustainable business practices and all of that stuff, reputation, etc. So could we not write this requirement, given it's only for 12 or so months, into that tendering process as well? So if we knew a contractor paid the $18 government minimum wage and had within that contract had 100 employees that would be better off under a council minimum wage, could we not write that in as a requirement? And if they don't do it, we could look at another tenderer.
Yes, we can.
Could I try that, Emily? Chris here. I think just shooting from the lip a little bit, but I think it's part of social procurement. So we are looking at social procurement at the moment. So I think it's a really good idea to take into our procurement manual as we are working through social procurement.
Yeah, the only reason I raise it, if we thought about that, would mean we, obviously council would possibly be at a risk of losing a contract, but we are this big mighty district, and it would mean it would take it off the city's books and put it onto the contractors. I mean, they might obviously they'd cost factor that in, but I'm just hearing, that the back of house processes are quite a lot when, yeah. Anyway, I think you get the point. I just wanted to know if we'd thought about that and if possibly that would be easier.
Okay, so there's staff have responded. You can't respond further, staff. So we'll talk about that perhaps in debate as an idea, Councillor O'Leary. Margaret, Councillor Forsyth.
Back up. Thank you. Most of my questions have been answered in part. Emily, you talked about having spoken to a couple or several of existing contractors. And I'm sort of pursuing the line of questioning that Kesh brought forward about bigger organisations and smaller businesses. What sort of feedback have you had from the likes of Chamber of Commerce? And I know that's the business is slightly different, but there will be service delivery type businesses or contractors within there, and even property council. So I'm just looking for a bit more feedback on what the effects of this type of policy would have on the smaller businesses.
Well, Councillor Margaret, I haven't contacted the Chamber or Property Council, so I couldn't answer that question.
Okay, well, we can't get an answer to that if that question hasn't been asked, but we'll hold that also for debate. Any other questions, Margaret?
No.
Okay, I think I've still got Mark and then Ewan.
Thank you. Look, mine's probably a reasonably basic one, just for understanding. If our minimum wage, because obviously everything's relative to our minimum wage, so say our minimum wage went up to 21, then the impact of that is that all the contracts have to change as well. Is that right?
Yes, so it depends on how we've written it into the contract. So if we were to go out and go through a tender process, say starting 1 July, and we had in that contract terms and conditions that required them to pay their staff at least the council's minimum wage, then yes, if we changed that in the future and moved it up, then yes, it would have an ongoing effect to the cost of those works.
So the implications of doing that means that there's a heck of a lot more staff work and costing out all those contracts that are currently out there in action. Yeah.
Yes, but I think staff's recommendation is that we only we only apply this to new contracts, not existing contracts. Because otherwise we'd have to go back and change the terms and conditions of existing contracts.
Oh yeah, no, I'm more thinking sort of down the track, probably in about 2 or 3 years. Say we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract, and we, hypothetically speaking, whacked ours up to 25. All of a sudden that's like a giant lever, isn't it?
Yes, so majority of contracts have got, especially if they're long term like that, have actually got an annual review of rates like CPI, etc. Not all, but some do. So this would just be another annual review that we would include in that contract management process.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. No. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Ewan.
Yeah. Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look. My question, and Rob covered it, and I'm not quite sure if I understood the answer. My question is a motion, which is currently the Dave Mack and Max's motion, removes the 3 years. And my understanding of the costings that you've done, that implies that a move to this new strategy would cost us $859,000 per year, was only based on contracts that were of at least 3-year duration. What's the quantum of contracts that are less than 3 years?
So that's already covered in the report, Council Ewan. So if you look at paragraph number 23,
yeah,
it's forecasted again to be between 0 and 1% of the total approved contract sum. So that's somewhere between $0 and $370,000.
right. Thank you. So really, to determine the calculation, yeah. So with all respect, how can it be between 0 and 370? I guess what you're saying is you have no idea the number of contracts that are going to come up.
So I'll base that on the based on the current contracts that we have that sits in this group. So currently we have contracts that have a combined value of 37 million. Now things do change from year to year, but to be able to provide you with some sort of idea on what the financial implications were, I did the calculations based on our current suite of contracts.
Understood. So maybe this is a question to the Chief Executive. Would it be prudent financially to assume when calculating the worst case financial scenario, we really need to put the 370 and the 859 together?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. My last question, and it's a question to the Chief Executive. If we're not making this retrospective, is there a case for employees of existing entities who have current contracts feeling they've missed out because new contracts receive a higher quantum? Is there an equity argument?
I think it's a really long bow, because at any particular point in time, there's different market constraints, and admittedly, we're creating this market constraint that are pressures on contracts. The only thing they're really missing out on is, or the only thing that potentially is a risk is that if it's in the same line of work, which is unlikely because the way we contract, they may lose staff to other contractors as a pressure because they're paying more, potentially. That may be a risk.
Okay, and final question. Why did the staff recommend that this is only implemented for contracts of 3 years or more?
That was just based on, as we mentioned previously, whilst it's not impossible to implement this on the smaller projects, it will be a lot harder for contractors when they've got a short-term duration project to implement back of house processes. So that was the rationale of saying, well, if a contract was going to be working for us for a number of years, then there is more chance of them being able to invest in systems that will help to support them to deliver this minimum wage that's on the table. That was the only reasoning, Councillor Wilson. So we're more than happy to take Councillor's advice on how you want to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would happily move the existing motion in the staff's report, if I could find a seconder.
So I think that is, there's a motion already, so this would be an amendment. Is that right, Becca? Sorry, because I was offline at that point.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. So Councillor Van Oosten has already moved a motion.
I'm happy to second that. There might be even further iterations, I don't know, going out there, but happy to second that, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to sound unduly critical, Emily, but you mentioned that you haven't talked to the Chamber of Commerce, you haven't talked to the Property Council. We've got the Employer Manufacturers Association. It seems to be a bit of a theme of staff lately. They talk to the little circle of people they know, and we're being asked to provide or make a decision, and which has quite a lot of residual impacts. Do you think that perhaps your survey could have been wider and deeper?
Most definitely. I guess it's finding that sweet spot on when, you know, we were asked to come back with what the financial impact would look like. There is absolutely no way that we'd come back and give you an accurate figure. We believed that this provides you with an indication of what it could look like. But yes, absolutely noted, Councillor Ryan, we could have done gone a lot deeper and provided a lot more detailed information. But then I guess at what point do we say, actually no, we're not going to accept this assumption and we need to delve in even further? So it was just when as staff do we present the information that we have at hand.
Yeah, I guess it's just a query in terms of stakeholder engagement. I think probably is something it's just seeing in the last few days. I think staff need to take on board. So I'm not directing this at you, probably to Richard. Thank you.
So Ryan, would it help if James tells us what he's been trying to work through with one stakeholder? Because this might speak to the timing of the decision. James, if you're there, I think you were working in the background to get Chamber of Commerce as one stakeholder to come and talk to us about the implications for small business of a variety of things. Is that right?
Yes, Don Good from the Chamber of Commerce. We're hoping he's going to speak to elected members and Mango Mare on Tuesday to give their perspective on all of the issues we're discussing here, living wage and minimum wage and so on.
Isn't that a bit after the fact regarding the paper we've got in front of us?
Yes. Why wasn't that brought up when I asked the question?
So it's David here. I organised Don to come in because Councillor Margaret, you asked for when we were talking about the living wage. We had the Waikato University professor provide the response to the living wage. You asked whether or not we've heard from the Chamber of Commerce, and so I rang Don and said, Don, could you come and give elected members a perspective on the living wage, which is the annual plan proposal that's coming through and will be discussed next week. So that's not relevant to this extending the council minimum wage to all contracts.
Well,
Well,
it's
there
not
is a
totally
relevance.
unconnected either. But just wondered, just to answer Ryan's question, and I've got Dave's hands up, Margaret's hands up. But Ryan made the point, therefore, isn't that, are we doing this horse before the cart before the horse? Would it not be useful to tap into some stakeholders? What's the chamber would be one, but there would be others, I presume. You mentioned a few there, Ryan. What's the impediment to doing that?
There's no impediment. You could receive the report and we could bring this back to the Finance Committee or a later council meeting. And we could ask Don Good to give his opinion next Tuesday.
That has a lot of merit to me, subject to how Councillor Wilson is sitting, I'd be happy to move that be the case, that we continue having our debate for now, so that, because this is all part of the public discussion, but we receive the report and we do our best effort to get a wide range of feedback.
I'd be happy with that, Your Worship.
So would you like to second me, or you move it, I'll second?
Yeah, perfect.
Just to interrupt, you just need to check that Councillor Van Oosten is happy to remove her motion as well.
Well, she may or may not be, but Ewan and I will change our amendment to that effect. I'm not sure, Maxine, how you feel about your motion, whether you want to push it through or whether you'd be happy to wait for a little of extra information, which would endeavour to give in the most balanced way.
I think if we're looking to have any further submitters, that we would also want to be able to talk to the union movement and representatives of the workers to get their perspective as well, if we're talking about a really balanced approach. And I think if that were to be suggested, then I would be happy, I think, at this stage to delay the decision about our minimum wage for a short period.
Mayor Chair, could I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
I think it's procedural. Given that we've got somewhere in our pipeline a discussion or further discussion and engagement on living wage and this issue, I mean, I certainly see there's a lot of overlap in terms of the stakeholders. Are we best to combine all of that into one conversation rather than re-debate two different levels of potential pay?
Okay, well, I might have a personal view on that, and I see some councillors nodding, but I'll take a staff response to that, because it does seem like there's a few strands loose here, and that's what's unravelling now. So,
Yep.
David.
If I can jump in, I see these as two separate issues. I see this as previously elected members have voted to extend the council minimum wage, which we provide to our staff, to contractors, that the contracts of security and cleaning. In terms of this request, and what Emily is responding to, is that should elected members make a carte blanche sort of decision that all contracts we enter into should be afforded that council minimum wage. The elected member proposal to adopt the living wage is quite different, and that is something that is, as I said, discussed through the annual plan. It's got different costs to it, but it doesn't have any precedent in terms of what we're talking about today, where we've already extended a council minimum wage to two contracts. So I remember that conversation way back in September, and it was about, rather than piecemeal, should we not just change our procurement policy or change our rules so that we just take into account that council minimum wage for all? The living wage itself is a whole different ball game, and as we've talked about, that's a higher cost, and there's a higher sort of financial impact to elected members.
Okay, so there's a range of views here. So we've got to make a way forward. We've got the one recommendation that is a variation of the staff recommendation, taking away the 3 years, so it makes it immediate. And we have another shadowed amendment, which is that is there any problem with that, Becca, that we delay the report until we've had some further conversations?
No, you can put a procedural motion.
Do I have to do it that way, or as opposed to an amendment, or I can just put a procedural motion?
You can either put a procedural motion, or you can just, depending on what.
Point of order. I raise a point of order in terms of standing orders.
Which one, please?
If you go to move a procedural motion, if you make this a procedural motion, can you please confirm that there can be no further democratic debate?
Correct.
Yeah, I was just getting there, in actual fact, Martin, so you make a good point. We can leave it as it is as an amendment, and therefore it goes through debate, which on the one hand allows councils to air a range of views. The other thing is we can put a procedural motion, and this is something to consider depending how strongly you feel on it, Ryan or Ewan, which is just, right, we don't have everything we need at hand. We're going to procedurally move it aside. We're going to get this conversation in the room, and then we're going to come back to it. So those are our choices. At the moment, we have a motion and an amendment, and I haven't moved a procedural motion. So I guess in the hands of council, that's where we are. I don't think Ewan and I are proposing a procedural motion.
I'm certainly not. I'm happy for the debate to go forward.
So I'm happy for the debate to go through, and if the vote goes one way or the other, that'll be the decision of this council. Okay. So there's a whole heap of hands that have just popped up in the last few minutes. We are still in questions. So to get this through and allow us to have a debate of the actual philosophical debate on where we sit, if we can have the questions very succinct on this topic, would be really good. So I have Dave, and then I have Martin.
Mayor Paula, I'm happy to move a procedural motion if I have a seconder.
Do you have a seconder? Ryan, is that something you wanted to second?
So that point of order, that means I can't ask my question?
Oh, I'm coming to your question. Yeah, no, it would mean you couldn't answer your question.
Right, so I'm asking the mover, and I feel this very, very strongly, I would request that the mover at least hold off moving the procedural motion until I've had my democratic opportunity to ask questions.
Well, that's up to Rob as the mover of a procedural motion. At the moment, he hasn't got a seconder.
Yeah, look, I'll wait for a seconder first, otherwise it's not going to go anywhere.
Is there a seconder for a procedural motion in any case? There isn't. So there isn't a procedural motion. Thanks, Rob. So in that case, I'm back to questions, and I've got Dave and then Martin.
Thank you, Paula. Look, my question to Emily follows the questions from Ryan and others about whether various business-oriented organisations have been consulted or not. So I want to ask Emily whether any unions representing staff or working in this field have been consulted, or whether any organisations advocating for workers such as the Young Workers Resource Centre have been consulted.
And unfortunately, no, Councillor Dave, I haven't consulted any of those groups.
Fine. So you, in that sort of sense, you've been even-handedly not consulting anyone in that area.
Excuse me, through the chair, if I can just add, when we brought the council minimum wage rate to contracts for security and to the cleaning contract, they were decisions made of council, and we weren't asked at that time to consult with a wide range of stakeholders. Now, I absolutely agree that that is a tack that we can take, but in Emily's defence, she hasn't been asked to do that before, and given those two decisions had been made, I think it's reasonable that she's just given you a cost estimation of expanding this more broadly.
Don't get me wrong, Mr. General Manager David. I think that she's been very even-handed.
Yeah, no, we agree. Emily has provided what was asked for. It just seems now that there may be some gaps to be filled, in that some councillors would like that. Dave, are you done? Thank you. So Martin.
So just help me go back. When were we advised? I mean, there's nothing in this report, nothing in a pre-agenda email that said the Chamber of Commerce wanted input on this matter. I'm not querying their right to have input, but just to explain when the communication happened, because this appears, we talked the other day about courtesy and due notice, etc. Not criticising the Chamber, but I'm just trying to work, when did this matter come to your attention?
James, can you give us a bit of background
that
on that?
I can answer that, Paula.
Okay. Because I think we asked for it, yeah.
But you asked for it on a different topic.
Yeah.
You asked for it around the living wage, and that was when we had the professor from the Waikato University give his independent view. Because if you remember going back to the briefing on the living wage, we had the living wage movement Aotearoa come and present in the briefing. There were elected members there that wanted an independent view on the living wage, and so we commissioned a report from the Waikato University and got Michael Cameron to join elected members for a discussion. And then through that discussion, elected members then wanted a discussion from the Waikato Chamber of Commerce. And so I've been organising that, and I've spoken to Don Good, and he's going to come back and talk to you from a business perspective on what his view is around the living wage. Right? That's the context of Don Good being asked to come and speak. This is a separate topic. It's responding to an action on staff to bring back a broader report, because we had piecemeal given the cleaning and security contracts access to the council minimum wage, and this is responding to broadening that to all contracts.
Okay.
And just to add to that, to answer Councillor Gallagher's question around communication, I sent on behalf of staff a number of answers to questions around the living wage last week, one of which was informing that we are looking to set up this conversation with Don Good at the Chamber of Commerce. And so, yeah, we notified last week. I accept the invitation hasn't gone into the diary yet, but that will follow shortly.
Just to follow through from this though, and what's happened now in the course of this questioning is it's been identified a desire to tap into some further stakeholder feedback. So that's the tenure of the motion, that the amendment that Councillor Wilson and I have, and the other motion is still on the table. So let's go through and finish our questions. I have Margaret next.
Thank you. It's a question probably for Richard. So Richard, given the financial, can you just remind me what the financial implications of the amendment? No, Maxine and Dave's motion anyway. Yeah.
So David, Emily, that was the two numbers added together, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that was going to be debt funded, wasn't it? Was it 800 grand or 859 or something?
No, it wasn't that. Emily, can you confirm those numbers?
So we're talking about the range, are we?
Yep.
1 moment.
1.2 million, I think, off the top of my head.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to get process sorted out in my mind. So it's 1.2 million, which would be.
Right.
Sorry, I just got a bit lost then. So what figures are we talking about?
The financial impact of the Councillor Dave and Councillor Maxine's motion, which is to remove the 3-year requirement.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'll double check that, Councillor Margaret. I just don't want to give you a number that's incorrect. Just give me 2 seconds.
Thank you.
It's 1.229.
I was close with my head, just.
Okay, and that number would be.
Excuse me, Councillor Margaret. Emily, you're saying that that's the higher side of the range, but it could be 0.
Correct.
Okay, but it could, and we won't know that until when?
Until we actually tendered for these works.
Right. So this decision today, the context of it would be it's an annual plan decision. Yes, because we needed it. This is going to happen straight away.
It's not an annual plan. It's decided today. Yeah. If the vote goes that way, it's decided today.
Okay. Even quicker then, even more imminent. And this quantum anywhere between 0 and 1.2 million would be debt funded. Have I got that right?
David, Richard?
Yep, that's exactly right.
Great. Okay. So given what we're about to face during our annual plan discussions, and I'm sort of speaking here with my environment committee hat on.
Just questions at the moment, though.
Okay,
Margaret.
so how are we going to fund our annual plan requests and requirements and needs alongside a potential added or extra cost, which is an unknown, quite a range there for, between 0 and 1.2 million. How's that going to work?
So just following on from what the CE talked about, our only options are to cut costs in other areas, and that may include cutting levels of service in some areas. It may relate to putting rates up to offset that if we wanted to, or fundamentally just borrowing more, which means that we delay balancing the books until we collect enough rates on our current plan of 3.8% to fund that. I just want to, if I can just also add, we've talked a bit about the living wage and how separate it is from this discussion, and that was going to come up.
You have. No, I don't think anyone else has.
Okay, apologies. I'll keep quiet on it.
I mean, I have a different view. I think that there is a relativity and there is a connection between living wage, but that's not a question.
Yep.
I can't think of the other question I had. That's fine. That's all for now. Thanks.
I think so, Jeff, and then I have Martin, and then I'd really like to wrap up questions.
It's at least 258.
Jeff.
My question is, are we over-egging this a bit? My world doesn't rise or fall on what Don Good thinks, with all due respect to him. Do we not have enough information really now to make a decision on this? I think we do, with a question mark. I'd like to make a decision today, myself.
Well, that wasn't a question, but there we are. Martin.
Did the Deputy Mayor really say that about Mr. Good?
I don't know what he said
I
about
do
that.
take no disrespect to him, but
No.
it's
Forgive me, Deputy Mayor. It's my subtle humour, and I hear what you say.
Okay, so well, we're tapped out on questions. We've done it. Some people would like to test the recommendation. There's an amendment. So Becca, we go with the amendment first, right?
Yes, correct.
The amendment
Yeah.
first.
I
But
might just
I
get
will-
Amy to pop it up on the board so that everyone can see what we're doing.
True.
Is that
I'll
okay?
But we'll talk and debate each at the same time. So Maxine as the mover and Ewan will both get a chance to talk to why they're where they're at, and then we'll go into debate, and I'll try and get round everyone in a fair way. So just bear with on that one. Okay, so we have the two. The one is, as was the staff one, except it's removed the requirement of the 3 years or greater contracts. So it means any contract immediately. So just so we're all clear on that one. And the one that Ewan and I have put up, if you can just show that, please. Oh yeah, okay. So we're just receiving the report and deferring the decision on the matter to a future council meeting. And I think what's not said in that, Ewan, perhaps, is that we're seeking some feedback from stakeholders as to the effect.
Yes, Mayor Paula, and the other, I mean, what my original amendment talked about was not removing the 3-year minimum stipulation. And I'm just mindful that having now removed that, some like the Deputy Mayor who feels we've actually got the information we need may just choose to vote against the amendment.
So do you want to go back to your original amendment, which is
yeah, looking from my position, I'm not against moving to outside contractors having, at least in this iteration, a council minimum wage. I just didn't want to remove the 3 years because that opened me.
What are we debating?
So hang on, we're not debating, we're just clarifying the motions. So what,
what motions are we debating?
I'm just going to tell you, Councillor Forsyth. So what I think we're going back to is that Councillor Wilson and myself will revert to the staff recommendation and not defer the report. Thank you, please, Becca.
Well, I'd like to move an amendment to whatever we're at then.
A further amendment, that's fine.
Yeah, because we've chopped and changed with motions and amendments. I'm actually thinking, well, where the hang are we? Because I would like to defer.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for that proposition? Anybody willing to second that? Mark is seconding it. So now, Becca, you have to step me through the process. We've got a further amendment, a foreshadowed amendment, and a motion. Can you just tell me?
Yeah, sure. So the first amendment will be taken, and then depending on whether that's won or lost, the further amendment will be then taken. And then depending on whether that's won or lost, it'll then go to the motion.
Right, and we will debate them all at once. So what I will do now is to hear from the mover of the motion, hear from the mover of the First Amendment. The First Amendment sounds very American. And the mover of the further amendment, so we can debate all in one. So Maxine, would you like to please debate your motion?
Yes, let me start. All workers are going to be receiving a boost in pay to $20 an hour when the government increases their minimum wage in 2021 April. So what my motion proposes is that council gets ahead of that change by the 8 months and offers to all contractors as at the 1st of July, and creating that as a all-comers proposal, and that follows on from the program that the previous council set in motion in the first place. Now, I commend those colleagues from the previous council for being brave at that time and taking that step to raise that action. It saw those workers in the cleaning and security contracts receiving a $20 an hour pay rate. That means only really a very small increase to council, and that's the reality that we have to be able to look at here. That in fact, when we compare that across the whole of council spending, it becomes minuscule. And I think it was barely above $120,000, if I'm correct. But to the workers themselves, that means the difference between having a holiday or not, being able to save for retirement or not, or for day-to-day costs, being able to afford to put petrol in the car, to repair it when it breaks down, and to maybe replace it and maintain it as they ought to, but also whether or not they can afford to turn the heater on these cold mornings or cold evenings. And it gives them the financial freedom to be able to make those choices. For employers, I recognise that there may be the need to change or update some of their systems in order to implement that back of office process. But in these modern times, I don't see that as being more than a computer programming update. To suggest otherwise, is potentially mischievous. There are potential other disadvantages, advantages for council in applying a slightly higher minimum rate in advance of the government's minimum, especially in our COVID alert levels when they're coming down and when we're considering potential government stimulus projects. We've heard
you have
from
10 more seconds or so.
Thank you. We've heard from the Professor Michael Cameron recently on a similar topic, and he highlighted that when paid a higher rate, workers volunteer extra effort. And I think none of that has been considered in these proposals. Extra effort means better productivity, being able to get the job done quicker and better. And none of that financial consideration has been taken into account. There's also the improved relationships between employers and employee, and that leads to staff retention as well, and that's better. So thank you. As a council,
point of order, I move an extension of time as per standing orders. If I have a seconder.
Extension of time for how long? Because I'm already giving everyone 3 minutes.
Mayor Paula.
I'm in a wrap up, so
1 minute.
Yep.
Point of order.
Second.
Point of order, Mayor Paula. There is no extension time available under current standing orders.
Okay. Well, I am being fair and giving everyone 3 minutes max. So if you could wrap, that would be brilliant.
Thank you. I'll do that. So look, as a council, we have a goal to improve the well-being of Hamiltonians, and this action would be a tangible demonstration of that. And to continue to roll out this rate ahead of government would meet that goal, and give us a little bit of financial cost to council, but a much greater acknowledgement of doing the right thing by our community. So I'm asking you to support my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor
Thank you, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Ewan, would you like to talk to yours?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. I've listened to Max's summary, and there's not much that I disagree with. I do find it quite insightful that there was no articulation or justification for the removal from the staff's recommendation of introducing this across all boards and not following the staff's recommendation about the 3-year stipulations, contracts through 3 years and more. And my point is simply this. I have had to search my soul to make sure that I can live with the fact that I'm going to forgo other projects that I would love to have seen to fund the $859,000 that this will cost, for the very reasons that Maxine has articulated. But her motion then at the last minute obligates me to find another roughly $400,000 that I would have to forgo to immediately enable it to come into place for all contracts. So if you So all I'm trying to say is I'm trying to find the middle ground between doing what's morally right and fiscally responsible, because we have to borrow both of these quantums. And either we borrow and that costs us ongoing cost to service that borrowing, or we forego some other worthwhile project, or we increase the rates. So in this argument, both the motion and the amendment in theory is supporting the reason we should do this, the moral obligation, all the points that Max have said, but the amendment lays over top of that an issue of financial responsibility that says potentially, if you go with the motion, you're talking nearly 1.3 million. If you go with the amendment, it's 859 and leaves us some headroom for other worthy projects.
Thank you. Ewan, Margaret. Margaret there? Thank you.
Yep, sorry, just flicking between screens. Thank you. Listen, I've said it along on a personal level. I'm supportive of paying people what they're worth, and whether it's minimum, whether it's living wage or above living wage, totally supportive. I get the needs of people, and I get their worth as well. But in this context, sitting around a council table, there's more to consider than just my personal or our personal beliefs and preferences and values. And in this context, when we're looking at a quantum that's anywhere between $0 and $1.2 million that we haven't got, where we have significant challenges coming up around our emergency budget, our annual plan. As I said earlier, from an environment point of view, we have significant challenges around delivering what we must deliver and what we have said we are going to deliver within council. And that is going to require money. And I'm certainly hopeful that all of you sitting around this table now that are even contemplating the amendment or motion and are willing to depart to spend this quantum of funds. I'm certainly looking forward to the equal enthusiasm to spend when it comes to our annual plan and the commitments that we have already made, and the decisions that we need to make going forward. I'm not convinced that our consultation has been wide and deep enough. We have had a pro-living wage perspective. We've had an academic perspective. But what about the businesses themselves? What about the contractors themselves? And I think that's where we fall short. And even union representation, as we've had suggested around here this morning. So I think we need time to do this consultation well. And as Ryan pointed out earlier, I mean, just to say that we haven't thought about our major stakeholders and haven't talked or consulted with them, it's not good enough. I think we need to look beyond the obvious, and we need to really commit to the stakeholders that we say we have important relationships with. Chamber of Commerce, Property Council, Tainui are those stakeholders. I haven't even heard Tainui's name spoken here this morning. So we still have more work to do. And the fact that next week we are hearing from the Chamber around the consequences and implications for businesses, contractors on a related topic.
Sorry, time's up.
Well, I'm going to ask if I can have an extension. I mean, let's have consistency here, please.
We are. This is 3 minutes for everyone, Margaret. So just your last
point of order. Point of order. I raise a point of order, Your Worship.
Well, yes, and I've been in touch with Becca about it. She will clarify.
Okay, thank you. Well, in finishing my point of order, I'm seeking that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Becca, would you like to talk about that?
Yeah, so just to clarify that if there's no mechanism to do an extension of time other than during the confirmation of the agenda, in which elected members may decide to increase the debate to 5 minutes. However, the chair is able to exercise discretion.
And I am, so that's why, same with Maxine, Margaret, I'm asking you to wrap up your final points because you're just over the 3 minutes.
Point of order.
No, it's dealt with, thank you.
Further point of order, Your Worship. You are, as chair, able to move that we, for this item, suspend standing orders so that all members can have an appropriate say. And I'm sure members wouldn't go longer than 4 or 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not prepared to do that. I'm going to allow a full 3 minutes and with a little bit of leeway at the end, just to ask you to get within that time. We don't
Accept your wisdom, Madam Chair. Accept your wisdom.
So I'm not trying to gag you instantly, Margaret, but please wrap up your points.
Thank you. To wrap up, I think we need deeper, wider and more targeted consultation. Given the fact that we've got an opportunity to hear from Chamber of Commerce next week, I think this would be appropriate to include. As I said, I don't think our consultation has been targeted and wide enough. And my second point is that where are we going to get the funds from?
Thank you for that. Thank you,
Thanks.
very clear. Look, there's lots of hands popping up and it's hard to keep the order. I'm just going to whiz around down my list like I normally do with these Zoom meetings. If you don't want to comment, pass, just pass and we'll go on to the next person. So I'm going to do it on a list. Okay, so the next one is Dave.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, we've seen under the COVID-19 lockdown situations that many low-paid workers are actually essential workers as well and can be often working in very risky and difficult situations. I would rather think of this debate and discussion we're having as an opportunity to ensure that low-paid staff are paid a fairer wage, and the unfairness of some of their low-paid staff's wages has been brought home over the last few months. There's been a claim, all sorts of technical problems with this have been claimed. I think actually similarly to Jeff, it's way over egging the situation. This is a situation of whether we want to extend the current consideration we have for the majority of our contracted workers to all of our contracted workers over time. That's all we're talking about here. And then we're debating about whether there's a 3-year exclusion clause. We have already been told in the last council and this council by staff that the overwhelming majority of workers that this affects, contract workers, are security guards and cleaners, and that covers, and it was a bit hard to tell, but certainly in the area of 2/3 to 3/4 of all staff potentially affected. We're already funding them to receive the council minimum wage. We're not talking about anything like that maximum. I think, to be honest, staff were way over egging that situation there. And I make Emily raised the point that staff would cause problems for employers because they'd want to work where the pay was best if they were working across more than one job. I say that's good. I don't think that's a bad situation. I think that ensures that other employers in the community come to the party and pay a fair wage as well. As regarding the 3-year exclusion issue, it's quite arbitrary. Firstly, in 1 to 2 years, the government is going to force the lowest paid wages up to the levels we're talking about and above them to the actual living wage over a 3-year cycle starting this July. So we're not, we're going to be a moot point, this whole debate, in probably a couple of years. It's not onerous for employers to do that. They already, as the chief executive pointed out, pay allowances for different jobs, for different parts of people's work. This could simply be coded as an allowance. It's still taxed the same. So, and from the council's point of view, to have 2 classes of contract, some that require the council minimum wage and some that don't is actually going to be more confusing, I suggest to you.
So wrap up, please, Dave.
Okay, I'll wrap up. I say to councillors that we should actually go make the right decision, pay fair wages to the last few, and it's not many low paid workers that are under our umbrella, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I'm going down my list. Councillor O'Leary, would you like to say anything?
Yes, thank you. I'm listening to the debate, and great debate on both sides, actually. I'm reminded, and well, my brain reminds me at the back of my head that many of these contracts and contracted workers on minimum wage could have, had we not contracted the work out, could be HCC employees anyway. And that provides the need for me to be equitable across the board. Look, we have to prioritise this when we get to proposals in our annual plan, and I'm well familiar with that process. You win some, you lose some, and you fight for the things that you feel are most important in it. You prioritise. Welcome to democracy. But what I appreciate about this actually is that council was saying that it disagrees with a position of government, that it disagrees with some government legislation, and I like that when we do. I like the fact that we stand up as a district on our own 2 feet and say, hang on a minute, we think that what we're proposing is fairer. We are talking about an increase, and I understand the quantum, I'm going to use that word, when you extrapolate it out, but we're talking about $1.10 an hour increase to minimum wage workers. I'd hazard a guess that many of us wouldn't be on this Zoom call today and wouldn't be elected members if we were earning the minimum wage. It's pretty tough out there. I also throw the lens over the fact that this is COVID. This is a new COVID world, and times are really, really tough. This is a short-term thing, as we've seen quite clearly in the report. I think that there is good information in the report. And so I haven't quite made up my mind yet whether I'm supporting the amendment or the motion. I have to listen to the rest of the debate, but that's where I am at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Next on my list is Jeff, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Paula. Look, I'm not sold on this, and I've supported this to a point in the past, but I think it's inappropriate to continue this in our current environment. In fact, I think it's a bit reckless. It gives me absolutely no pleasure to do this at all, because I know it's important to some of the elected members. But really, I probably need to vote against all 3 here today, because I just want to keep the status quo. I've never been a fan of getting the ratepayers to, in essence, fork out to pay more so that we can get these contractors to pay what we think they should be paying. It's also a minefield of complexity, as today's discussion has indicated. And I'm mindful that in a year or so, the minimum wage will be rising to $20 an hour anyway, so the contractors will have to comply anyway. And it's not a given that we will increase our minimum wage, which makes me wonder why jump through all these hoops to spend so much money to make up the gap in the meantime. I think it would be a far more practical idea, certainly for our ratepayers, just to hang fire and let the contractors pick up the slack when the time comes. Why, in the middle of a crisis, we're using ratepayers' money to reinforce really what is a philosophical position to top up what contractors won't pay staff themselves. It feels wrong to me, and it feels like we're overstepping our role to an extent. At the end of the day, we're not a social services agency. Yet more and more, I get the feeling some of our elected members want us to start taking up that role. So look, I'm not allowed to mention COVID because I mentioned it the other day and got told off, but I'm going to mention it because unless it's escaped your notice, there is actually a storm coming. Already jobs are going, and come September when the wage subsidy comes off, it's going to be worse. And yes, we will do the best we can. We will show leadership as a council, and we will invest in our city. We will lead Hamilton out of this. But investing in our city and showing leadership is one thing. Being reckless
Time
and
to wrap
over
up.
with someone else's money is another. So the future is uncertain. I understand elected members' views. We don't even know how sustainable our operation is going to be in future. We don't know what pressure there will be on our own jobs, yet we're asking ratepayers to pay over the odds for people not employed by this council. So I'm sorry to the members who this is important to. I get that, but I can't support it. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Next on the left list is Councillor Bunting.
I'm not going to speak after that. That was fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson. Can't hear you.
Do I get a second go?
Well, you didn't have...
You don't get my go.
You haven't spoken
I'll get Bunty's speech for him.
Don't
yeah,
bother.
I think we've got to do it.
Nice try, Dave.
So this is your chance for debate within the 3
He's
minutes.
debated.
I have
He's
already
debated.
spoken, Mayor Paula. I'm very fair here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, well, you can't have 6 minutes, no, so move on. Okay, I've got Kesh next, please.
Thank you. Very interesting listening to everyone. I think that there's a fine line between fair pay for workers versus retaining jobs versus ensuring equity for smaller contractors. I completely believe in fair pay, but I also think that this council is not in a position to add undue pressure on employers who will need to change their systems for just 8 months. I also don't think that we can ensure consistency and equity. Subcontractors can't be influenced, so who will pocket the extra money paid by council? And I think it's unfair on smaller contractors who may not have the capital, especially post-COVID, to invest in new IT systems for just 8 months. I don't think we understand the challenges, the implications, and the inefficiencies that contractors face in their own businesses. And I also note the direct impact that this decision will have on the short-term success of H3. If this does go to I think it was the Second Amendment, can't remember, about requesting further information, I hope that we get some sort of indication on the equity to smaller contractors because, support local and support small business. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naidu-Rofe. And under time as well. Get double points. Martin, Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. In the 3 minutes I have apparently, I certainly want to highlight this issue. We do need to revisit in a considered way our standing orders. Thank you, Councillor Pascoe, for reminding me of a detail I wasn't fully across, because I think there are some issues that are great issues of the day and for our city, and I think that's cutting short considered, calm debate and discussion by just 3 minutes. And I think, as you know, I personally preferred the old 5 minutes. I was around when we had 10 minutes. But, sometimes there are some topics and obviously perhaps we, and I look forward to when we do a review of our standing orders. Look, I think my position will be well known, concise, and I'm looking forward to Councillor Maxine Van Oosten's right of reply. And I've just got to say to her, without, in a very neutral way, I thought we had started this journey. And I can say that her speech, in my view today, was just as eloquent as former Mayor King. And he reminded us around, honouring the people who clean our toilets, who pick up our rubbish, who do the essential work. And, there's been a lot of hand clapping for essential workers during this COVID time, because literally a lot of that work has been involved in keeping this population healthier and saving lives. And it's actually about what value you give to work. Now, I want to be nimble with our contractors, but they have to have a degree of nimbleness back. We're trying to back our local people and even smaller contractors, but it shouldn't be impossible, in my humble view, to make some adjustments in your process for the extra $1.10 an hour. I think this cuts across the big issue of what is the wealth spread in this society, what is the top salaries organisations are paying versus the bottom salaries, you know, and what value do those jobs that are receiving the bottom salary actually have in terms of the health and well-being of the city. I think this is the fair go motion. This is the fair go motion. Of course, we're all under pressure, but we cannot lose sight of giving a fair go to working people and households. And it just seems to me, how do we want to treat our citizens and our employees and the people who work for the city? So that's my only contribution. I respect there's a variety of views on this.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher, and under time, in fact. Next one is Ryan. Can't hear you, Ryan, sorry. Are you
Staff and I were playing musical chairs with the mute button. Hey, thanks, Chair. Look, some fantastic debate today, and I appreciate everyone's coming from a position of, you know, deep passion and meaning, and I respect that. I can support having or mandating a council policy for our staff and one that generates a good culture and a good work-life balance. I can even entertain the conversation around the living wage, but this to me is a bridge too far. At a time of crisis, when businesses are trying to hold on to staff and wage subsidies are running out in a month's time, here we are with ratepayer money promoting pay increases for companies to implement. We want to give ourselves a pat on the back, knowing that this is going to create more tension for contractors as they fight over each other to do council's work. I supported the motion back in September 2019 to bring this to the table today, but that was in September. Now we're in a nationwide and a worldwide pandemic, and the nation has changed. Our focus right now should be on jobs. We're talking about a quantum of nearly $1 million. I would rather support 15 to 40 new jobs than give $1.10, which is going to be $30 or $50 more to existing employees. Shouldn't that be where our conversation is also around, supporting those into employment versus being unemployed? I won't be supporting any of the motions or the amendments today. I think with the rate our minimum wage is moving up, we're going to get to this path pretty quickly. But I welcome the conversation today, and I thank everyone for their respective positions.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I have Councillor Thompson next.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I think everyone who works an honest job deserves to be paid decently so that they can participate in our community. We work hard to ensure that you know, our council provides for those well-beings within our community, and I think it's important that our residents can enjoy that and have the ability to do so. So I do support us looking at applying the council minimum wage to contractors. I think that we have a corporate responsibility as a business to ensure that we look hard at how we procure services. We can't turn a blind eye to how we do that and the people, how the people that provide those services are treated. So I'm still making up my mind around the amendment and the motion, but certainly I think that at the very least we should be applying this to contracts of 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. And look, I respect the different views around the table today. There is a fair amount of emotion around this. My understanding, though, in using outside contractors is that it gives council an opportunity to engage with the private sector and to bring some of the benefits from that sector, which includes efficiency and better pricing to council operations. Wage rates in a free market are set by supply and demand. It's the role of central government to intervene and set rates when the market is unable to accommodate, and they do, and this current government certainly has. It's certainly not our role to use ratepayers' money money derived from a property tax to interfere in this market. This interference of us telling our successful contractors how much they should pay their workers hardly aligns to our best in business byline. What's more serious here, though, is that this is yet another addition of a nice to have to our spending list. This adds almost 1.2 or maximum of 1.2 million to the 5 million plus new spending presently in the annual plan basket, potential millions of unknown dollars for the living wage, nearly 600,000 back pay for staff announced this week, and an avalanche, and I repeat, avalanche of presently unquantified costs and loss of revenue that we don't know about from resulting from COVID-19. I think we have an emerging financial problem, and that will eventually end up with us having to consider a further rates increase. And is that going to happen this term, or are we going to leave it for a future council? Or in any account, if there's no rate increase, lots more debt to fund our day-to-day operations. And this is something that we debated long and fearlessly in the last term, that we weren't going to let that happen again. We start choosing today. Today and over the next 6 weeks, we need to cut our cloth. We need to align our spending to the needs of the day, needs and uncertainties of the day, and along with this to consider the present market, in the present market, the ability of our ratepayers to meet future property tax increases. So I won't be voting for any of the amendments, foreshadowed amendments or motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Mark, you have your hand up again. Did you want to debate after all? You do? Go.
Yes, please. Thank you. Look, it'll be brief because this has been such a strong debate, and like the Deputy Mayor, I respect everybody's point of view. These are deep held beliefs, and it is a real tough one because we're dealing with people's lives here. The reason I'm debating now that I wasn't before is that a couple of things have cropped up through speeches. Councillor Kesh talked about the pressure it's going to put on other employers or other businesses or our contractors, but actually it's not, because we're paying their wages for them. We're making up the difference. Where that pressure will come is on our ratepayers. You know what? The reason I'm supporting Margaret's amendment is I want to hear from those people in this environment. I was supportive of raising the council wage back then when times are good. Times are different now. I want a better reality check. So that's why I'm supporting, or I will be supporting, the foreshadowed amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that just leaves me to speak and then right of reply, if I'm correct. Have I missed anyone else? No? Okay, I'm not going to speak very much on this because I agree with my colleagues. The debate on both sides of the argument, all sides of the argument, has been very good. And there is a philosophical and a practical lens to look at this through. The 3 years the 3 year contracts means that it hits just in the short term at bigger players in the game, not the small businesses. That's why I was happy to support Councillor Wilson's motion. I'm just very aware that if I was asked, is it my preference to keep people in jobs or pay them a few more dollars, I want to keep them in jobs. And we don't want to put, as Kesh so articulately said, it was one of the speeches that probably impacted the most on me in the debate. We don't want to have a perverse outcome on the ability of people to employ others. We want to, some workplaces, of course, not talking about ours in general, but lots of workplaces are asking their workers to take a cut at this time because of the extreme circumstances they find themselves in around their own sustainability. So I'm going to vote for number 2, the amendment. And if that's lost, I'll have a consider, but whether I need some more information to inform. Personally, I would have found it quite useful to just have have some intelligence from some of those people who are going to be affected, whose staff are going to be affected. We normally do that. We normally do tap into our stakeholders. And given the lockdown and other circumstances, I'm not blaming staff. We just haven't done that to the same extent. So that's where I sit on it. So Maxine Van Oosten, it's your right of reply, please.
Look, thank you everyone, and Mayor Paula for your comments. Always, it's very much at the hearts of each of us, and I can see a lot of very well-reasoned debate that's been raised. I still go back to the very fact that we want to be seen as being a fair employer, that we want to be able to see Hamiltonians' well-being at the heart of our decision-making. These are difficult times, as we are all aware, and it's easy to get distracted by the complexities of the debate here, especially in relations to the COVID times and to the gloomy worst case scenarios that we've heard of. But there's also the best case scenario that we haven't really talked about much, the $152,000, of which 120 has already been agreed and applied. So while we are talking about a small increase, when we actually think about it in the total spend of council, it is minuscule. And I think something that it's not about the money necessarily, but about the signals it sends and about the heart and the kindness that our government, that our Prime Minister and that our community are asking us to do. As far as the 3-year contract versus everyone, again, that's going to be redundant in 8 months' time. And so I think I did mention that, Councillor Ewan, at the very outset of my start. And so, you know, I think that getting distracted by that isn't the argument. I think it comes down to whether we have the heart to be able to raise up the hopes of our very lowest paid, whether they're directly employed or by contract. Actually becomes a redundant fact as well. They're working for council when they're doing council work. So I would implore you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Or rather the motion, I beg your pardon.
Thank you, that's fine. We understood that. Thanks very much. So first of all, we take the amendment. Now bear with me because, you know, it's not like I have a voting board. So I just want to step through it so it's accurate and the staff have got it. So
can we put it up?
Yep, put it up. So this is the amendment that myself, Councillor Wilson moved and I seconded, which is to move to the minimum wage, but with that threshold of the 3-year or greater contract. So I'll just take it to the vote and you'll have to put your hand up and keep it up until I've read your names out, so that I can let staff know. So all in favour of the amendment, which is the 3 years, please raise your hands.
This is Councillor Ewan's one, is it?
Councillor Wilson and
yeah.
So for that, I have in favour myself, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Thompson, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Gallagher, and Councillor O'Leary. I don't see anyone else, so we'll put our hands down, and I'll take those opposed. Those opposed, I have Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forsyth, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Bunting. Don't see anyone else. Is that everyone? Thank you. Becca, does that add up?
I think so. So everyone is for, except for Councillor Forsyth, Pascoe and Bunting.
Yeah.
No, I think Kesh had her hand up as well.
And Ryan.
And Ryan did, yeah.
Okay, so hang on, let me just refresh that. With all those 4, please put your hand up. So
This is opposing?
No, 4 for the moment. Just going to recount, sorry. It is a bit lumpy. So 4, I've got myself, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor McPherson, Councillor O'Leary. If I've missed anyone, scream now. Against, please raise your hands. Against, I have Councillor Taylor, Councillor Forsyth, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Bunting, and Councillor Hamilton.
And Kesh.
Oh, sorry, and Councillor Kesh. That's a split, isn't it?
No.
No, that's six. That's 7-6.
Is it?
Seven, six.
So the amendment is successful, carried, and it now becomes a substantive.
Correct.
Okay, so we'll do that again. It's now the substantive motion. All in favour, please raise your hands. And that's myself, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor McPherson. I missed anyone? No? And Councillor O'Leary. Thank you, Angela. Opposed, please raise your hands. Councillor Taylor, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Naidu-Rove, Councillor Hamilton.
Dave's on Twitter.
Have I missed anyone?
I haven't got it recorded for Councillor Forsyth, sorry.
Yes, she's opposed.
Opposed.
And Councillor Kesh.
Councillor Kesh is opposed. Councillor Gallagher is.
What?
Are you for or against the substantive motion? Sorry, Councillor Gallagher.
He's for.
Yeah.
For.
As if you need to ask.
So what does that give us, Becca?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The substantive motion is carried, 5 against.
Okay, thank you, councillors. It's now just about 2 o'clock and we're going to take a lunch break, almost afternoon tea break till 2:45 because we have the 45 minutes. Okay, thanks. See you soon.
Hey, Maxine.
Hey, got some lunch in your tummy?
Oh, I've sort of been I just about ate a whole bag of bloody kettle fries earlier on, so I didn't really do that. I eat very badly on these Zoom meetings, eh? Yeah.
It's because you get tired and worn down and you're emotional eat.
Yeah, your brain gets tired, but your body doesn't.
Yeah,
Yeah. Which makes it hard to sleep as well.
I have to say my body feels quite tired, Mark.
What was that?
My body feels quite tired after today as well.
Oh, yeah.
Both brain and body.
Oh, oh yes. Too right. What are you eating, Dave?
I am eating I'm eating the only things I could find on the bloody ninth floor, which are awful bloody crackers, gluten-free crackers.
Oh, that's
bring
my fault.
Your chop with you or your cat food with you this time?
You should have come down and joined us for lunch, Dave.
Who's that?
Paula and you.
Sorry, I've lost the screen at the moment, but yeah, no, I'm all right. I had calls to make, you see.
Okay.
And I went hunting out the back and they pinched all the bloody peanuts.
There's a jar in my office. You should have come and stolen them.
Yeah, okay.
Next time. Just waiting for a couple more people. We're nearly there. I'm just going to sanitize my hands.
I don't miss having to drag all my food around with me, you know, having to pack it in the morning and bring it in. My kitchen's like 5 meters away. So I always have a nice cooked lunch with these meetings.
As a consequence, I have to drag my rather large stomach around with me.
You and Sarah.
Yeah, well, we may look similar, but her reasoning's a little bit different to mine.
Okay, Becca, what page are we on, please? We're on the gardens.
Yeah, we're on the gardens, but I just had a request from Mangai. Ollie has got an appointment later on in the day, so we're wondering if we could bring up the Mangai Māori representation report if that's you, Paula.
Sorry about that. I've discovered why my whole system went down. I think I need a new multi-board because if you touch it, it just stops. So sorry, what were you saying, Mangai Māori?
So Mangai Ollie has joined the meeting. He has to head away at 3 o'clock. So just wondering if we can do his not his item, sorry, the Mangai item next.
Okay, sorry. Yep, that's fine. What page, please?
That would be page 90.
Getting there. Thank you. One second. Okay, there we go. So we will move to item 15 on page 90, which is the review of the additional Mangai Māori for strategic growth. Shouldn't be a lot of conversation about this because we've already socialised this in a number of councillor-only spaces and heard from Mangai, but who's leading this out? You, Becca?
Yes, I can respond to questions. Mona is also joining us shortly.
Okay. So we'll take it as read on the basis that this isn't the first time that we've discussed it, and take questions really for clarification. Ollie's here to answer questions too if you want that perspective. Okay.
I do have a question.
Okay. Have we got any questions?
Yeah, sorry.
Councillor Bunting.
Roving around with technology here. I'm supportive of it. I just want to understand the position is that we've got. You wanted somebody who was representative of both Tainui and Mātāwaka. Is that right, Dave? In there? Was it the rationale behind
Dave?
it? Sorry.
The idea was to have a second Māori representative, and the way it's been done before was that there was a iwi and a Mātāwaka if we had two. So that's replicating this, which is happening in a couple of other committees.
Okay, so just for clarification, and it's not a biggie, I was just wondering is if once, and perhaps Ollie and Becca, this one is directed at you two, if once Māngai are Māngai, are they representative of all groups or just of the groups that are appointed or that appoint them?
So how the Kawinata is set up is that we have 4 representatives from Tainui, iwi representatives, and then we have 1 representative, it was Ollie representing Mata Waka. So Ollie sort of stepped into a number of different committees as a representative of Mata Waka.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's cool. Thanks, that clears it up. Cool.
Do you want to add anything, Ollie, or are you happy for us just...
No, nothing to add to that, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Margaret, you've got a question.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it's for, possibly Ollie. So Ollie, just remind me, what's the breadth or extent of Mata Waka representation, please?
Urban Māori residing in Hamilton.
Urban only. So regardless of iwi?
Yes, that's correct. Only Tainui, of which we have Tainui Māngai.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, I mean, I'm Tairāwhiti, and does that mean that Mata Waka would be somehow hold the ability to represent Tairāwhitis being urban and migrated perspective then? Yes?
Yes.
And how does that work? How is that consultation done?
We do it predominantly through the Runanga, who the Kawinata goes through, and the Runanga being a group that represents Mata Waka within Hamilton. And so if anyone from Te Tairāwhiti wanted to engage on a particular item in council, they could go to the Runanga or come to me directly to do that.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, so any further questions? I see Māngai Te Pora, you're with us? You've got a question or a comment?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Probably just a comment around the recommendation that's been put there. Waikato Tainui fully endorse the inclusion of Māngai Te Ua into this committee. As mana whenua, we recognise the place that Mata Waka have here, and for it comes under the banner of manaakitanga, and that as Mata Waka, they embrace all, whether you're from Tairāwhiti or Ngāpuhi, embrace all Māori, and it's an extension of kingitanga, of bringing everybody together. So just again supporting the endorsement for Māngai Te Ua. And sorry, I'm not too sure if I've just popped in, so I'm not too sure if we are in discussion or if you're still taking questions.
But we did have some clarity. So we did have some comments for clarity, so that was perfectly fine. With Margaret, you still have a question?
I'm not sure, and I take your guidance, Paula, about delving into detail, but I am interested in the process. So Te Pora and Ollie, you say that the vehicle or the touch point is the Runanga. So does it have to, I mean, some Māori are pretty proactive and some are not, pretty whakamā and sit back and just, let things go. So how does it have to be a proactive type of communication I have to initiate, or is there another way that mana whenua, can be reached?
Yeah, at this stage it's through the a proactive approach at this stage. Yes, if someone had, for example, I got a call the other day from someone who wanted to engage on a particular topic, and was able to put them in contact with the. They actually wanted to talk to someone from Tainui, so I was able to push them through to make the contact there. But at this stage, to answer your question, it's through a proactive approach, either through the Runanga or directly to me.
So the Runanga reaches out?
I'm not sure if the Runanga is reaching out, but if they've reached out yet or communicated that, I'd have to talk with the Runanga about that specifically. But to answer your question, if someone wanted to talk about a particular issue or an agenda item, then they could do proactively through the Runanga or directly through to me.
Okay. Paul, if you don't mind, could I just dig a little deeper and use the context of food distribution throughout COVID? I mean, that's pretty topical. Am I allowed to, because I just want to understand, okay, what's the Mata Waka Māngai role, and how can how can it be better used? Yeah, so if we use a real life, thank you. If we use a real life situation, like, okay, we've got other urban Māori here without jobs, can't get food, etc. throughout lockdown. So what would be what was the process for them, or how, let's say I'm in that role, in that position, or I know somebody, whānau, whoever is in that role. How do I access that support?
So I know where you're heading with this, and it's a valid question. It's a little bit out of scope of this, because this decision to employ the additional member is been through the kawanatanga, and it's something we've had good debate. But I am really happy to connect you with Māngai Te Pora to talk and Ollie to talk through that. I don't want to go down that round. Pardon?
Perhaps it's a bad example.
I can answer that example there, Pora. It's the Runanga have delivered a number of have connections with a number of communities that they're delivering packages to. And I also went out and delivered packages through the Western Community Centre and made some donations there. So I think between the Runanga and organisations like Western Community Centre, if there are people that are asking for support or needing support, my advice is to go to the Runanga first, who are geared up to respond to some of those requests.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that's the key. I mean, we are asking, well, should we include another member in a subcommittee? So what I'm trying to drill down and find out is, well, actually, what's the on the ground role going to be? What's it going to look like? It's all very well for us saying, yeah, great idea, give it a tick, but I want to understand, well, actually, what's the reality of the role going to be? So I think I've got a bit more of an understanding. It's the Runanga, basically. Is that point of contact?
Yeah, I think we can extend this conversation offline, if that's okay, and help you connect with that. Te Pora, you got a question, or your hand is up, or no, it's not up?
No, thanks, me, Paul. It was probably just to provide a wee bit more relative context to what Margaret was saying around the COVID-19 response, the Mata Waka contribution to that, and probably the overall Māori response. But I will take that offline. I just wanted to note that there is a significant contribution made there by the Runanga.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So we're going to now go to the vote, or to the debate, if there is any debate, and then we're going to go to the vote, and we're going to try and use the yes, no buttons on the function to see if that works better. Is there anybody who would like to debate this? If you put your hand up, I'll come around the hand so I can see. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I'm happy to second it. It may all be moved and seconded by Chair Dave. Historical context, of course, we invited the representation onto the Strategic Committee, and that was logical. I just want to express my deep appreciation to the report writer that Ngāhui Haumi is now and has been acknowledged, and that the report has excellently given a historical context. And I know that I know my good friend and colleague Pitahira Kaio who was just given a civic award for her pioneering work as the, I think, the first Maori woman councillor on our council. I also want to note in terms of Ollie's quality, and I realise that he has a very broad constituency, if you like, because also this includes the Pacifica community as well. So I think that Ollie, you know, obviously because you've got this particular appointment at this point, I appreciate that the broad range of views and experiences that you will channel in to this council. And I think this is an absolutely appropriate way to go. And I think that obviously this is, and the other point I would make, one of the benefits of sending council business via committees, even on the basis that you recommend to full council, is that you obviously then have full opportunity to be inclusive of Maunga Māori voices prior to that decision or recommendation being made to our full council. So I think this is an absolute excellent step in a good direction.
Thank you. Councillor Dave.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, support what Martin has just said, and I want to note that his own conversion to supporting Māngai Māori, it took a while to get you over the line, but it's very good now, Marty. Look, I think the reason that I was keen on this, sorry about that, was the reason I was keen on this was the area that the Strategic Growth Committee works in is very important for all of our futures, but particularly for things like the river, iwi enterprises and iwi economic development in this area. It's absolutely key to some of the issues like employment for Māori in the future, that we have as many voices, as many authoritative voices around the table as possible. And this adds to that. This, to my mind, would have been one of the first areas we ought to have had 2 or more representatives under the Māngai Māori hat. So I'm glad we've got there, and it's not contentious. It's adds to our quiver. It's an extra arrow in the quiver. It doesn't detract in any way from the work that we're going to be doing. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Margaret.
Sorry, I didn't take my hand down.
Oh, okay.
I'll just take
All
it
right.
down now.
Okay. So no further debaters that I can see. So councillors, when we go into the participants button, you'll see the opportunity to press yes or no. So I'm going to take yes first. So this is all those in favour. Or do you want me to do both at the same time, Becca? Yes and no? We don't normally do them together. What's your thought?
Well, look at you rock and roll the Zoom voting, eh?
Oh, we think we're trying it. What do you think? Do them yes or no?
Do the yes first.
Becca,
Just
what's the
matter of
safest?
procedure. I mean, I prefer
Yeah.
to, with respect, wave the hand is better, but if you want to go to this thing, that's cool, but it's quite easy to raise a hand.
Maybe
I
it might,
think.
yeah, so it might be easier with this one that we just do it by the hands, because I don't sense that there's a lot
Yeah.
of
Thank you. I'm pretty slow at this.
Oh,
so
Becca,
I
you
prefer
let me
hand.
down. You text me, you said give it a go. I was giving it a go with an easy one.
Maybe the next one might be a good option to do that one with.
I'll wait till we get a complicated issue. All right, a show of hands. All those in favour, please raise your hand.
I'm going to use my button.
Yeah.
Oh no, we're going to do it next time apparently.
Left hand or right hand?
Councillor Thompson, Councillor me, Mayor Southgate, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Bunting, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Naidoo-Rove, Councillor Forsyth, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Taylor. Right? Yes. That is everyone.
I might have voted twice because I used my button as well.
Oh, good on you. Anyone opposed? No. Okay. All right.
Carried
Thank you,
unanimously,
councillors.
Ka whai
Right.
ngā mihi.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Oops, I'm just trying to get, oh dear. I'm having some issues. Right, now we're going to go to the next item, which is the gardens one on page, what?
76.
Sorry, if I
76.
just appear, it's because there's things going on with my technology. My plugs are all loose.
Yeah, sorry, page 76. Jeff, did you want to jump in and start this one?
Sure, has Paula disappeared again, is she?
She has, it looks like.
I'll just get the agenda up on that page. Okay, so here we go. So let's, which staff member wants to just take us through the start here? We've got some staff recommendations there, 3A, B and C, but we won't move those yet. We'll just get an introduction from staff.
Thanks, Jeff.
Oh, she's back.
We have.
It's my multi-board. It's failing me.
Sorry, I think, have we got Leanne Jordan on the line here for this one?
Sorry, I need to unmute. I'm going to handle this.
Answers, Leah.
So you see the report's quite comprehensive. This pretty much follows on from a briefing that we had back in the 20th of February pre-COVID. And at that briefing, we took councillors through the legal advice, which is mentioned in the report from Lachlan Muldowney about further consultation around the rhododendron lawn issue that came up before we had deliberations on the submissions we'd received on the draft management plan. I have to apologise, the report says that the legal advice would be attached, but it isn't, so apologies for that. You have had that circulated a couple of months ago. It's summarised reasonably concisely in the report. And the legal advice wasn't overly long. It basically said that the Reserves Act has a lot of flexibility in it around that you can carry out further consultation before you've actually gone through a deliberations process and making a decision on a management plan. There's also some advice from the project governance group that was set up to assist with moving the development along at Hamilton Gardens, and you can see the letter from Jerry Rickman, the chair there. There's also, at the briefing, we gave you an overview of the alternative options that were explored, which were pretty much designed to respond to the significant public interest and the concern with the draft plan's proposal to turn the rhododendron lawn into a car park. So in line with that advice and feedback, today's item seeks council's approval to carry out further targeted consultation on an alternative spatial layout of the Hamilton Gardens for the future, which addresses not only the rhododendron lawn issue, but it also achieves the aims of the management plan, which is to finish off creating the world-class garden. So that's the diagram that's on page 84. To be clear just about process, if the recommendations are approved today, we'd carry out further consultation on the rhododendron lawn matter only. And then we would receive and hear submissions on that matter only via the Hearings and Regulatory Committee. Then after that, there would be deliberation on all the original submissions that we got. I think there was 106 or 109 of those, as well as the further feedback we've had on the rhododendron lawn matter and the alternate spatial layout. During that deliberation, councillors would work through all the different matters and the different sections of the plan, and then there'll be some staff recommendations, then you'll make a final decision around approving the plan or not. Just to be aware, the plan is actually just that. It's a plan. It's based on a master plan, which is the vision, the spatial layout, the policies, the methods to achieve the objectives of that plan. So the resourcing and timeframes of achieving that are then actually contingent upon what's put in the annual plan, the long-term plan, and also the success of external funding efforts. So this is another step in the process under the Reserves Act to actually lock in the long-term intent for Hamilton Gardens under a management plan, which is required by the Act. The report in section 26 also covers the way that we'd approach the consultation. And there's also some draft collateral right at the end of the open part of the agenda Diligent. If you may not have picked that up, there's some of the collateral there. The recommendations you'll see are quite clear for A and B, but then C actually asks for the chair, the deputy chair, and myself to be delegated authority to finalise the timing of the consultation, as well as the final content and methods of the collateral that'll be used to get the best possible reach. Now, the reason why I put in there around timing, obviously with COVID and different alert levels happening and that sort of thing, it was just to give a little bit of flexibility around that. I think we're getting a little bit more clear on that now. If we're going to have open days and that sort of thing, it wouldn't have been possible under alert level 4 and 3. The other thing is just around ensuring that we've got this the resourcing support from Natalie's team and comms, who obviously have been under a lot of pressure and are doing a great job over the last few months, making sure. So we'd probably be looking at kicking that off in 3 to 4 weeks' time. Just bearing in mind what other things are happening as well. But obviously we'd keep councillors up to date on that. Just to finish off with, just like to note that Leanne and I have already touched base with a number of the interested parties who had views on the rhododendron lawn matter, and that came forth. So we've spoken to the Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival, we've spoken to Creative Waikato, we've spoken to the Friends of Hamilton Garden. There's also a letter that's come through from them, actually supporting this approach. We've spoken to some members of MESH who expressed an interest and some concern around the rhododendron lawn matter. And also Save the Rhododendron Lawn petition organiser, Jenny de Groot, also we've spoken to her as well. She obviously led that online petition, even though it wasn't a petition that could be accepted by council under our guidance around that. Although it is of significant public interest when you get 5,000 people posting things online. We've also spoken to Waikato Tainui and also to Thorpe, to Tiha, about this as well. So I'd have to say generally the feedback, and I don't want to put words in their mouths, generally the feedback was that they really appreciated that we'd spoken to them prior to this consideration by council today, and also that we'd had gone away and put a lot of effort into actually looking at an alternative option that actually ends up being a win-win-win for everyone, notwithstanding that there's always some compromise in any plan going forward if you're changing things. So happy to answer any questions. Also, Leanne's here, and also I've got Laura Dana and Natalie from Comms as well to help answer questions.
Thank you, Lance. And just to forward the debate, I'll move the recommendation with that amendment that includes Jeff and I as well, just as oversight of the consultation plan. Is there a seconder? Oh, Jeff. Thank you. Right, we'll take questions. I have
Paula, sorry, apologies. It really should be up to the chair of community services. Sorry, I shouldn't have butted in there. Mark, you might want to second this.
You can move it if you like to, Mark.
Oh yeah, I did actually email you and send you a message just before saying I'd like to move that. Exactly the same
Oh,
thing.
sorry, haven't
I'm
seen
not
it.
too worried. Again, it's output.
You move it, I'll second. That'll be fine.
6-1. Okay. Yep. Cool.
Question?
Yes, Lance, you mentioned you talked to all those different groups. What was the feedback from the likes of Friends of the Gardens and the governance group and the people who are very, very passionate about this area?
It was positive. Obviously, they were supportive originally of the original proposal, but they are well aware of the significant public interest and also the concern over the proposal for the rhododendron lawn to become a car park. So they'd accepted that, and actually thinking it through, they actually gave us the feedback that they thought this was a prudent way to go, and endorsed what we're doing, and really appreciated that we'd spoken to them and that we're actually going back out to the community to ask for their views as well.
Right. So this and just reifying, this is ring fencing the consultation about the rhododendron lawn area. The rest of it is parked and ready to discuss later.
Correct. So we'll get this bit of extra feedback, and then we will put that with everything else, and then council through the Hearings and Regulatory Committee will hear the submissions on this extra feedback, and then the Community Committee will deliberate on the whole plan and and obviously, you know, we'll work through that, and then council can make a decision on what's actually the content of the final plan.
Great, thanks, Lance. Thanks, Mayor Paula.
Thank you very much. I have Martin next. Thank you.
Yes, obviously, so I've got this right, the Hearings and Engagement Committee will hear submissions on a fairly focused set of submissions, primarily around the rhododendron lawn. Is that correct?
What?
Sorry, I had my mute on. Yes, that's correct, Councillor Gallagher.
So, and please, I in no way want to revisit the whole plan, but obviously what's come apparent to me, particularly during the so-called lockdown and observing people, you know, wandering around in the open space because the themed gardens were correctly closed off, and it's a point that Councillor Sierra raised. If, for example, the map I see, and I apologise, I haven't gone into the finite detail of the clauses, Turtle Lake, obviously at the time at which a particular garden is proposed, and say there's an issue around the access around both, public access around both sides of Turtle Lake, because obviously by the nature, themed garden is walled, is closed off as against open space a la rhododendron lawn, then each council would look at the micro detail of a particular proposal in accordance with the broad plan.
Yes, that's correct. So if there's anything which was going to have any effect on the public's ability to access something, obviously that would come back to council. So generally this is a broad plan. The detail will be discussed as we work through annual plans, LTPs, and, you know, finance committees, and when we bring business cases forward. Obviously there's a lot of expenditure involved.
Sure. So it's obviously it's a pretty tight plan, but it's a statement of aspiration. Any council has an opportunity to fine tune an aspect. For example, if we look at, you know, and again I'm just going on the map, and I apologise. There's no sort of indication to me of existing pedestrian cycle links into Hamilton East suburb. There's at least one under the, you know, the underpass near Grey Street, but obviously there'll be another one in terms of the roundabout access with the new Cobham Drive Ring Road extension, and possibly in future that wouldn't prevent, for example, a future council having a deep dive discussion around alternative pedestrian links, and even potentially slowing the speed limit, hypothetically from 80k to 60k along that part of Cobham Drive to make it more friendly in terms of the broad access to the gardens. Is that a fair understanding?
Yeah, correct. And just one little bit, there will be refinement of the spatial plans and the keys in it before we produce a final document. But you're correct in what you're saying about those other things. As time moves on, there's enough flexibility in those particular details to actually, it's about the high level direction, but the detail, yes, it happens at the time that you actually implement those things.
And forgive my humour, councillors, as I worked out, won't then have to face the prospect of the rhododendron lawn being tar sealed in September, October 2022. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Councillors, if we can stick our questions to the part of the report which we're talking about, the rhododendron lawn and the consultation, there will be more to come on how we progress the gardens management plan, which will actually form the basis of a long-term plan discussion with us at the trust and other parties, Friends of the Gardens and so on. But I don't really want to go into every aspect of the garden, or we will be here a very long time. So questions on the rhododendron, on the report. Sarah, please.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just looking at the cycle walkway, the red dotted line over by the large roundabout, there's a bit where you've got the orange service lane in between there, and I'm just wondering, are we expecting that if people want to kind of go that route of that orange service lane, that they just use the service lane, or will there also be a connected walking and biking facility going through there?
Sorry, which part was that?
Just by the large roundabout where it says, Yeah, the one on the right, and you can see there's the red dotted line, and then it kind of, there's no connection between the top and the bottom of that loop.
Oh, okay. Yep. I see what you mean.
Is that a matter that relates directly to the rhododendron lawn? Because if not, I'd like to hold that over for that wider discussion. I'm not trying to be a killjoy and prevent that wider discussion, just trying to get through today's
That's a bit of a given because there's already an access way there, and you wouldn't have vehicles going down there apart from service vehicles. So yes, and we'd make that obviously we'd have to make that safe for people who are cycling and walking, as well as if there's some service vehicles going through there.
Okay, relating to the lawn, the car parks that are being, the new car parks being proposed, one of them is transparent, not coloured in red, and the other two are coloured in red. Is there a reason for that? Is that different staging or something?
You mean the one at the top near the glass houses?
Yeah.
That's indicative. So I think that was still to be worked through if we actually need it. So we don't want to create car parks that we don't actually need. So there'll be a bit more traffic modelling done, and also if there's modal shift and other projects come to fruition through shovel ready and through LTP, then there may not be a need for that. Just remembering that the bottom left-hand car park down the bottom of the gate 2 car park where it's got red. Peter and the team actually.
I'm just going to pull us up here, and sorry, I know you're giving good answers, Lance, but it is starting to go out of the scope of the report, and it's already 3:30, and we've got another couple of items. So I know everybody wants to say on every aspect of the garden plan, but this is about going out with that lawn. So any other questions, Sarah?
No, I'm not quite sure what you were able to ask at this stage, but that is okay. Thank you.
Well, all we're doing is seeking further public consultation around that part of the management plan, not the broader management plan at this time.
Yes. No, my only thing was if this is related, whether we're clear enough the glass house is being removed, that like we say it's end of life, but are we absolutely explicit enough?
That's a point that we'll work through over the next couple of weeks. I was having another look at the collateral this morning, and I think that's probably something that we need to be quite clear on. And when we say end of life, people will want to know, when is its end of life? Is it 2022 or is it 2025?
And as we should with the lawn, we should have better consultation, better communication with the public about those aspects. So support that. I'm going to move on to further questions related to the recommendation, the report. Maxine.
Oh, thank you very much. And it is related a little bit to the glass house, but directly related also to the rhododendron lawn, because there's lessons that we've learned along the way in terms of highlighting things that can be lost if we go a certain pathway. Lance, are there any other significant garden features that are under threat should we take up the alternative to keeping the rhododendron lawn?
Sorry, I was trying to get my mute. Sorry, my mute button finger seized. The only one is the camellia garden. There's some what I'd call minor effects to that. You don't lose it completely, but you lose a little bit of it. So the way that the team's designed this is to try and minimise any disruption to any areas of the gardens where there'd be significant public interest in that sort of thing. So that and the glass houses would be the key bits. And the only other thing, Councillor, is the road that comes along below the nursery. It does impact slightly on the nursery. That's why there's potential for nursery expansion as well. If we lose a bit of space and we want to carry on growing plants to the level we are at the moment, then we need to crib a bit of space somewhere else for that. Just there's some good news. We're also looking at another site with NZTA as well for growing plants. So there might, we might have some different alternatives.
And related to that, then, is there the intention to highlight in the collateral? I see the glass houses were highlighted in your response to Sarah's question with regard to that. Is it the intention to highlight those other features that might be impacted?
Yes, we will. I think the one key thing to also highlight as well is in any master plan, when you're changing things, in my experience with parks planning, is that there will be some things that are affected, and I think you're absolutely on the money that you need to be really upfront about those and clear to people so they understand all the implications, but they also need to understand the benefits of the improvements you're making as well. So I think it's so people get that full picture, and I think what we've learned from the previous processes, maybe they didn't get the full picture.
Thanks, Lance, and I'm happy to stay in the debate as we talk about the rest of the changes further on in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Martin. Nope.
Sorry, that my hand was up with the earlier question. Sorry, I should have taken it down.
Okay, thank you. Margaret.
Thank you. And thank you, Lance, for the report. Just a couple of questions around the targeted consultation and the hearings panel, and actually a little bit about the end of life greenhouse. So I think what really stood out for me with the Facebook movement opposing the rhododendron lawn car park was that you don't have to visit the gardens regularly in order to have a strong relationship with it. So what I'm wanting to know is how can we really capture as many non-stakeholdered Hamiltonians who will have a strong opinion about what goes on at the gardens through our targeted consultation?
I might get Natalie to jump in here, Councillor Forsyth, because we've had Natalie and her team working on all the different methods and that sort of thing. So I think Natalie is online. I might just get her to jump in.
Thank you.
Hi there. Sorry, can you just repeat the last part of that question, Councillor Forsyth? My sound has been playing up a little bit.
It's cool. So my question is, how can we reach out to as many non-stakeholdered Hamiltonians? And admittedly, we've got consultation points at council-owned buildings, at the gardens, but my point is Hamiltonians have a strong relationship and they have strong views about the Hamilton Gardens, but they might only visit it once a year or once every 2 years. So how do we capture their input and their feedback? Because we know what effects and how strong a movement can be if people aren't given the opportunity to feedback. When we heard back from the Rhododendron Lawn Group.
Yeah, so definitely our approach for this, or our planned approach for this consultation, is to be as far citywide as possible. We all know it's difficult to capture everyone. No matter what we do, some people just don't get engaged with council and what we're trying to talk to them about. But what we can do is make sure we use a variety of different, methods to tackle everyone. So yep, you're right that we use our council-owned facilities for those that come into our spaces, but we also need to make sure we've got the correct advertising and publicity through our print channels, through online, so we can actually target target our online communication through news sites such as Waikato Times and stuff.co.nz to just those that are within Hamilton. We can target our Facebook and social media advertising. So we're going to be doing a lot of work around working with, say, the Facebook community groups and through other, I guess, tools such as Neighbourly. So I guess the approach we have for this one, we're investing in a citywide engagement campaign, which means we will be out there as much as, I guess, practically possible. Also making sure that we are out there, I guess, on the streets where we can, and just trying to capture those people as much as we can. We definitely agree in it for our communication engagement unit. This is a key priority piece of consultation for us, given the interests. So, and as part of that, we'll make sure that we provide elected members with all the key talking points and the collateral for you to share. And just like any consultation process, if you've got, once we share the more in-depth plan, if you've got any ideas about how you think, what you need to take it further, or any ideas about how we could get more people involved, then definitely open, of course, as always, to that. Also, just to touch on there, we've got some planning around getting into schools as much as we can. We can only put the information out there. We can't make them share our information, but we often work with local schools to see if we can get in their school newsletters and to try and get the messaging out there to school children as well as their parents and guardians.
Excellent, thank you. I like the way you think. Okay, secondly, Lance, can you just remind me what does the hearings panel, who comprises who will comprise the hearings panel in this instance?
So the Hearings and Engagement Committee hear the submissions, which Councillor Gallagher runs that committee.
Okay.
And then I think it has a quorum of 4 or 5 councillors, and then a minimum, and then other councillors. So you could have all 13, and Becca might remind me around Mangai's representation on that. I'm sorry, I can't recall.
No, I understand, thank you. I just wondered, given the import of this matter, if it was going to end up, if we were going to have a commissioner or not. But no, you've answered that question. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, just to elaborate on that, Councillor Forsyth. So they would hear the extra submissions, then a comprehensive deliberations report would go to the community committee, which has obviously all of council on it, plus Mangai Te Pora and Mangai Oli on it as well. So that committee is really the committee that works through every part of the management plan and ticks off or declines certain parts of it based on submissions and staff feedback. So my view is that needs to be reasonably comprehensive, because there's a lot of interest in this and we want to get it right.
Just if I may, adding to that, as chair of the committee, the standing orders provide for Mongamari whose area who's are on the relevant committee to also sit on the hearings panel. They say, wish, I suspect this would be both the environment and the community committee, I'm not sure. But obviously they would be participating at the hearings level. The hearings committee, of course, can be a committee of the whole. So all elected members plus appropriate Mongamari reps can literally sit on that hearings committee.
Yeah, thank you, got that. Excellent, thank you. And one more question, just around the end of life approach. I'm trying to think of how I can frame this up as a question. So what's the criteria? I mean, I'm mindful that in Kew Gardens, we've got greenhouses that are hundreds of years old. And here we have in Hamilton, in a significant garden of the world, a greenhouse that we're now looking at being past its use by date. So what's the value, what's the most valuable thing that we rate?
So there again, Lance, I think we're straying a little bit past the scope of the paper. And, look, I think this is an important point to raise, Margaret, and we should have that conversation, sooner rather than later, Lance, capture all these things. So anything that's outside of scope, we'll note it down and we'll have a very soon conversation about it. But I just do need to move through the report so we can make the decision on what's in front of us.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I think the answer is through the deliberations report, Mayor Paula and Councillor Forsyth, and you'll have plenty of opportunity to discuss that. We'll probably have a briefing to take you through the detail anyway prior to that.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Okay, these are all good questions. I just really need to keep on track. Otherwise we'll have another very long day. So Rob Pascoe.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Just looking for some clarification around paragraph 6, which says that there was significant public interest on the rhododendron lawn during and following the hearings process. I sat through the hearings process on this, and I don't recall there being any significant public interest on the rhododendron lawn. Am I correct in saying that almost all the concern came after the hearings and before the and in time for the meeting date on the 26th of September?
Probably most of it through the online activity.
Yeah, so I just wonder if we're shooting ourselves a little bit by saying that there was significant interest during, because I think it all came afterwards.
There were several submissions people had concerns with it, and they were from some of our key partners. So yeah, I think you're right. Maybe the wording in paragraph 6 could have been a little bit clearer.
Yeah, okay. And my second question, so you're quite comfortable that we did have a very good process, a very good consultation process first time around?
Yes, but I think and it was in the legal advice as well, that we have to be cognizant of public interest. And even though the hearings process had finished, the formal process, there was significant interest after that, and we have got an obligation under the Local Government Act to take note of that.
So in respect to that, let's not go over that old ground. The question is being used to make a statement. You can talk to that in your debate, Rob, because I know you hold a view about that. But what's done is done. We've listened to the public, and now we're going out with this.
I'm really then, Paula, moving to my next question, which might be a question for Richard or for Lance. Do we have mitigations in place now that could prevent, that would not allow this precedent to become a standard normal for all future consultations? And I'm raising this because I have a real concern about this precedent being used in the long-term plan next year, in the long-term plan consultation, or following it next year.
What's your question about? Is it about the rhododendron lawn?
My question, I thought, was quite clear. Have we got mitigations in place that would prevent us from having to reconsult?
That's a wider issue about the long-term plan, and I think we can talk about that.
I was using that as an example, Mayor Paula, and that's one where we will have time constraints. But I'm just asking, are we comfortable going forward that there are mitigations in place, that every time we consult, this precedent that we're allowing to go through today does not get reused to require us to reconsult?
Well, that would be a decision for elected members, I would say. We've allowed this revisitation for a variety of reasons, of the rhododendron lawn. Yes, we have responded to public opinion on this, and we're going out again for consultation. Rob, I guess you don't want that to happen with future projects. We get the consultation done right the first time, and we avoid that.
Well, I thought we got it right the first time with this one too.
Something missed.
I guess what you're saying there, Paula, is that we can control whether we reconsult. Is that the answer I'm giving?
Look,
so Mayor Paula's correct. There's no precedent being set here. It's this council's discretion.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No more questions, I don't think. So we have a mover and a seconder, and we'll go to debate. Mark.
Thank you, Mayor Paula, and thank you, members. Look, first of all, I have a lot of sympathy for Margaret and Sarah on those questions you wanted to get asked, but very, very confident that this consultation will bring those questions out. It's I first of all want to acknowledge staff. This has been a long and sometimes ugly process, but you guys have been absolutely brilliant. I also want to give my respect to the governance group, Creative Waikato, Friends of the Hamilton Gardens, who have seen the way the wind is on this and have responded to what I think is a really great plan. But let's wait and see what the public say. We need to be very careful that this is ring fenced. This is only about the rhododendron lawn part of it in this new diagram we're seeing. But with regards to Rob's question about precedent, I absolutely understand that. And there's a very fine line in this case between precedent and learnings. And I think we've learned that, you know, if the public picks up on stuff late, it can be pretty ugly. And so, you know, I have full confidence in our community, our communications team, that they've picked up on this, and by crikey, there won't be a stone unturned, because I certainly don't want to see this kind of thing happening again, and I don't think anybody does. I think it'll be a great consultation, and believe me, you'll be well kept in the loop. But most of all, I'd like to thank the public of Kirikiri Hamilton for caring so much about our gardens. Margaret was right. They only have to go once, and they love the place. They feel like stakeholders. So let's, as their civic leaders, calmly step through this part of the process so we can not only get on with it for the sponsors and for the residents, but we can also have a really clear direction on which way we're going to go.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. In terms of the consultation, you know, there's a due process, and I know, you know, particularly around some Resource Management Act stuff, of course, there's a process. But as I've always said, a new council is totally sovereign over its decision-making process. So if the council and the previous mayor made decisions that the new council doesn't agree with, and the new mayor, then of course you're absolutely within your rights at all times. That's called democracy. That's what an election is about. And very clearly, I'm not reflecting on the adequacy or not of our previous consultation process. One thing I picked up in the latter stage of last year, there was a considerable feeling about this, and it's quite legitimate in my view to, notwithstanding that submission process, to give another opportunity for citizens to come back and have another look. I'm broadly sympathetic with Councillor Forsyth's point about consulting widely. However, I have to admit that I'll be giving greater weighting to Hamilton residents, because they're also ratepayers of Dinsdale, than I might to Hamilton residents who live in the Hamilton suburb of Tamahiri. The exception, of course, is that I'm acknowledging that there are some people outside our technical boundary, a la Tamahiri and others, who through the Friends of the Gardens and the funders and the corporate funders are doing a heap and a heck of a lot. And trust me, I'll be listening to them with great respect and very, very closely. So hopefully what I would want as chair of the hearings committee in terms of deliberation, to have a clear sense about, you know, residents and etc., and also get an idea of people's, you know, links with funders. And, you know, I totally acknowledge that we need to be treating the Friends of the Gardens and our corporate sponsors, the management committee and the wonderful volunteers, with enormous respect and listening to their wisdom. But of course, in the end, ultimately, the council is democratically elected to make the final democratic decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Look, it's not every day I think it, but today I certainly do. Thank goodness for elected members, because I think we can give ourselves a bit of a pat on the back for some of this. It's been a long journey since the garden management plan was first put up, and a couple of elected members started asking a few questions. And Mark Bunting, who always has his ear to the ground in the community, was first, I believe, to cotton on to some concerns about the rhododendron lawn and mentioned it to me. So well done, Mark. Initially, I had a feeling that the plans were a bit of a fait accompli, and it was pretty hard to shift the thinking on it. At one of the early meetings, I remember asking, is there a plan B should this option regarding the rhododendron lawn and concreting over it prove unpalatable for the community? And I was told there is no plan B. There is no plan B. Well, you know what? There's always a plan B. And that's a lesson that Dave McPherson taught me years ago. There's always room for a tweak here or a tweak there or a compromise, however unlikely it may seem. You've just got to work at it. A little common sense and an understanding of what the person on the street thinks goes a long way and should never be underestimated. It took a long time for the penny to drop here, I think, but we eventually got to the substantive issue publicly and got it debated as it always needed to be. I congratulate Lance and Leanne and Mark for their role in coming up with this new option that hopefully gives us the best of both worlds, and for communicating the vision so well second time round on this. And although this option, which the team have come up with, still has to be tested through public consultation, and we've yet to make a final decision on it, I think the fact that we're here at all is with this option is a bit of a victory for the process, the democratic process. It's a potential win-win for the community as a whole, not one interest group, not another interest group, but the community as a whole. So I heartily support this recommendation and look forward to hearing more views from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a few comments from myself. I'm really pleased that yeah, sometimes we just have to be agile, and that's what this was. And I take Rob's point. There were lots of people that were for the original proposals, and then the penny dropped for a lot of people. But we live in a new world now. We live in a world where people have access to social media and opinion sharing in a way that we didn't used to have. So I think we should recognise that occasionally we're going to hear from the public when we miss the mark. And that's about being agile as a council and being willing to respond to new ideas, as Jeff has put, to maybe think of some other options that create a win-win. And in this instance, it hadn't occurred to me until I started getting public feedback. But what we've done here is effectively proposed a win-win solution that has buy-in now from Friends of the Garden, the Trust, and will meet the needs of the wider public. We should be pleased, actually, that this is such a well-loved space, that it really ignited the passions and emotions of so many. And of course, we recently had the Hamilton Gardens Art Festival on that very lawn, and that just cemented in many people's minds how much they love the place. At the end of the day, we're going to get an improved garden. We're going to get a lawn that people love to relax on or go to events on. So from my point of view, we move forward and we see what people say. Anybody else? No? Okay, so we're going to try the yes, no button. So Becca, do you want me to do yes and no for the same thing? Either you're for or you're against, or do you want me to do yes?
I think just if everyone does, yeah. So you either click yes or no as to whether you're for or against the motion.
So if you're for the recommendation that is moved, press the yes button. If you're opposed to it, of course, press the no button. And we do need everyone to respond. So you find that on your participants tab.
Becca, can I just check, because I tried to use this on my first committee meeting, but then I stopped because I wasn't sure whether the public can see who votes which way.
So I think the public won't be able to see it, but we will read it out. So Amy and I can see it. So okay. We can read out the votes.
So I have 11 votes recorded so far. Are there 11 of us here?
So there's 11 for, 1 against at the moment.
Yeah, so 12 votes.
Yeah, is anyone missing?
No.
Okay, let's just have a look.
Has everybody done it?
Just having a look to see if there's anyone who's missing. You might need to jump in and help me with this one too, just a sec.
So we're all learning in this.
So the motion is carried 12 for, 1 against, and Councillor Pascoe is the dissenting member.
Thank you, Amy.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, now I see the extra one now, so thank you. Right, okay, so because that's only 1 opposed, that was easy to describe to the public. Okay, councillors, we're on to the next item, which I'll just move to my run sheet again, which is the Heritage Fund extension, or did you do that this morning? You didn't?
No, not yet.
Okay, so that's on page 85 of the agenda, please. Oh gosh, where's it gone? Who's leading this one out?
Alice Morris is going to cover this one, Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Okay, Alice, where are you? Hi.
Good. I'm here.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Oh, we can hardly hear you, so you'll need the microphone right up by your mouth. Marginally.
Very hard.
No, it's very distorted. Is anybody else finding that?
Yes.
No, you're not very clear, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Okay. This I can do from here, unless I call in my cell phone. Becca, what do you think?
Yeah, I think maybe try calling in on your cell phone. And maybe we can move to the next item while we're waiting for Alice to call back. Paula?
Okay. Okay. What is the next item? Just so I have to pull my agenda sheet back up.
So the open recommendations from the committees to council.
Okay. So that's on page
95.
Thank you. We're going to page 95, which is the open recommendations from council. Is there anybody who wants to speak to this from staff? Does it need to be explained? It seems self-explanatory.
Questions?
Yeah, I'll get to questions, and just want to make sure that staff don't need to preface this in any way. No. Okay, so we'll go to questions of Councillor Gallagher, and then yeah, that's it, I think. Martin?
Yes, it's just with regard to the council-owned dwellings, and I get removal of the house at 18 Ruakiwi Road. That has to come to council because that's where the delegation. What I'm and the removal of the house at 148 Cobham Drive. What I'm a little bit confused about, if I can, is request staff to carry out investigations into the opportunities of the future use of the 88 Crosby Road property, which is on a reserve, as I understand it. Whereas the proposal around the 100-year-old Memorial Pirana Park, which in part involved some privatisation of parts of the park as a potential, is going back to the Community Committee in September under their delegated authority. Why, if that's the case, why isn't this just sitting with the Community Committee until those investigations have finished? They seem in a similar basket.
Who's answering that question?
So I can maybe initially respond. So it was to do with, and Amy may be able to jump on as well because she was at the meeting and I wasn't, so she may have a better idea as to the recommendations, but I understand it was to do with money aligned in the 2021 annual plan. Amy, are you able to help with this one?
Yes, so the other ones that you were referencing, they had a longer term focus and weren't going to have any money allocated to them, which is why they did not need to move up to council, where the unbudgeted funds weren't requiring council approval.
So in September, we're in a new budget year, we're in a new AP, whereas this requires
going to go
this year's AP, is that right?
It was expected that these ones, as in 88 Crosby Road, would be worked on within the next budget year, but the other properties were further afield.
Okay, no, that's fine. It's just a nuance, if you like. I just wanted to
Very much so.
check. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have a mover or a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Wilson. All right. Any debate on that? There being none, we will go to the yes/no button for all of those in favour or opposed to that suite of recommendations. So we've got 11 votes in so far, so there is someone missing. This is 12 of us present today, I believe.
13.
13, sorry, even better. So one missing. Who's missing?
Ewan, I think you've raised your hand rather than push a yes or no button.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Have you got it?
You fly planes.
And to think I used to fly. Well, I used to fly aeroplanes.
So we still don't have a 13th member.
Well, be quicker to do the hands.
I know, but
And
we're
more
trying.
publicly
Councillor
transparent as
Hamilton?
well.
Well, we are going to call it.
Councillor Hamilton, it's yours, please.
Which way will he vote?
Okay, so the decision is unanimous.
Okay.
Okay, we're now moving back to the page we were on before. Right, which page is what? 80,
so page 85.
85, which is the Heritage Fund extensions. And we've got Alice back with us.
Yes, hello. Sorry about that.
All right.
I think it's quite a succinct report, and the main issue that we face because of the COVID-19 lockdown is that for the Heritage Fund recipients of this financial year, a lot of their last minute work or the progress of their work has halted because of the lockdown. And so the report is to seek an extension of the ability to pay the funding that has already been allocated to those people past the 31st of, or the 30th, I should say, of June this year and into the next financial year. We have 11 recipients, and we have had, I think there were about 6 that have already completed their work, but not all have put in their invoices. Others, their work is in progress and won't be completed before the end of June. So it's just for this financial year's funding round. Just to note that we are opening the 2020-21 funding round early next week, and we're going to be bringing that back to council on the 17th of September. So this isn't a normal request. It's just because of the circumstances. So I can open up for questions. Thank you.
Mayor Paula, I'm happy to move when you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Taylor moved and seconded. Any questions? This normally comes through periodically through council, doesn't it? Through the detail comes through the community committee, Lance, is that right?
No, this is a direct council. The directions under the funding guideline for heritage is direct to council, full council. Okay. Yes, that's why we've brought it to you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor Van Oosten.
Yeah, the only question I would have is there any further degradation that may have happened because of the delay in engaging the works to be done, and if so, would that have any impact on the funds that we would be advancing, and is there the opportunity for folk to ask for more?
So the answer to all of that is no. So the fund allocation goes through a process in terms of it's a specific piece of work that is being done on the particular building, and there is a specific amount of money, as you will see through my attachments in terms of the allocations, that before we will actually pay that out, we confirm that the works that have been agreed to have been done. The concern really is that not further degradation, but that the fact that people have begun a process in good faith with us in terms of the criteria of funding, that they themselves could be financially hit because they haven't been able to complete their side of the contractual agreement that we have entered into with them.
Okay.
Answer your question.
I think that does answer my question. I was concerned about the roofing issue. If it was a leaky roof and continued to leak, would there be then other problems that the owners might want to take up?
Oh, well, these are heritage buildings, and a lot of them have a lot of issues that are ongoing. And a number of our fund recipients of the fund over the last couple of years are repeats because of the issues. But just because of the 6 weeks, for instance, doesn't mean that a leaky roof is going to then accentuate something else. That whatever that something else is could already be there, and they may seek funding for that next year because they've now fixed the roof. So the next thing to fix may be the windows, for instance.
Okay.
Very
All
good.
right.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Which is what the funding is for.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, there's probably a question directed to you, Madam Chair. Would you look perhaps with Becca at the delegations, because I notice all these other similar type of funds go via the community committee. I think this would be the appropriate committee for this in future to be referred to, because then that would mean that we also have our 2 Māngai Māori representatives as part of this particular process. And I think this is a classic example where this would be far better, if I may suggest, going to, I think, the community committee and consistent with our other approaches for such funds.
Okay, look, I'm happy to have James and Becca discuss that together and see what can happen there.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the vote. Yes or no to the recommendation with the buttons. Got 8 in so far and counting. 11, 12. Yes, we have all of them, and the decision was unanimous. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much.
We're having a little bit of success with those buttons now, just a little. So now we move into public excluded. Is that right, Becca?
Correct, yes.
So I'll move that we move into public excluded, seconded by Councillor Bunting, or whoever I see first there. All in favour? Opposed? Carried. Okay, so we'll just give it a chance for the YouTube to go off.